should be live. Let me check. Log in here. There we go. Let me pull up the chat here in any second now. And there we go. Chat. Awesome. Yeah, we're live. And I can see the chat, so that's good. For some reason, I get notifications when I get Discord messages. That's not what I want. Let me turn that off. Notifications. Okay. There we go. Great. Yeah, all looks good. Hello, PLNR3. No draws this time. We want to see a baptism. You can hear the loud playing hall. That is not playing hall that loud. Media source. Let me turn that off for you. There you go. I did not hear anything from the playing hall. Would be unfortunate if you guys would. But yeah, we're definitely hoping for a win here. Once again, a person about 250 elo below us. Yeah, we really want to see a win here. We've already lost to a 2100 Prodigy. Then we drew yesterday against the 2100 from Asia, who is like super underrated. So that was an unfortunate pairing as well. Yeah, there is background music. I know if you guys like that or not. I usually do it on my own stream, so I thought, you know, to give it a try. But if you guys don't want that, then we can remove it. That is all good. So we have the video feed. It's gonna be a it's gonna be interesting if we can get the GTT board as well. So last time the GTT board was working, but I talked with Kostya a bit, and apparently the arbiter pulled out the cables for the GTT board to work and gave no explanation as to why he did that. So one of the arbiters just didn't want us to see the game. Don't know why. Hope that won't happen today. There we see some action on the video feed. Are you in the dojo as well? I am in the dojo, but not the paid version. A free dojo member. But I just use it for some sparring games. I don't really keep track of my chess work in the dojo platform. I also use ChessDojo to annotate my games. I think that the software or program, I know how you would call that, that ChessDojo has like one of the best softwares to annotate games. Up there together with ChessBase. Another one, like a free version, would be Chess. That's another competitor. In chess.com, I don't really like it. personally. Yeah. I use it for annotating and sparring partners. And next to that, you guys might know me from helping Kostya reach his blitz goal. I coached Kostya for a bit to get to 2800 blitz. And yeah, I'm often in chat, so that's where you could know me from. I used to stream a bit as well, but that's been a while. The games should be starting soon. So I obviously, as always, helped Coach prepare for his game a bit. This opponent, he's very active. He plays many tournaments every single year. So there were a lot of games we could look at. I'm mainly expecting e4 today. There were some knight f3s, but I think we're gonna see e4. That's gonna be my prediction from what we saw in our preparation. What did Kostya do yesterday? Yesterday, Kostya drew against a very underrated 2100. He used to be like 22-30 a few months prior to the game yesterday. But yeah, bit of an unfortunate pairing there, but it happens. He was better for like most of the game. He had some winning chances, but it was hard to see. So not too bad of a result. Is Rachel with you today or no? No, Rachel was only there yesterday. She's out of town for the next few days, so no Rachel, unfortunately. But we might have a different guest on the stream today. But mainly it's gonna be me hosting the coverage of the tournament for Kostya. Hello, Venus Chess, welcome in. Good to see you. So that is our opponent right there. He has already arrived at the board, so we should see Kostya appear soon too. How many rounds is this tournament? I believe it's 10. Could be 9, but I think it's 10. Hello, Sticky Pawns, welcome in. So, yeah. Kostya is current. Oh, you guys cannot see that. Currently on 2.5 out of 4. Against an average rating of, let's say, I don't know, 2080. So he's underperforming a bit, but we're gonna bounce back in these next few rounds. Today facing a candidate match from India. 21-16. He played many things, as I said before, e4 and knight f3. E4 is the most likely. We looked at some different options for Kostya for his game today. So we're gonna see which one he chooses, but whichever one he chooses, it's gonna be a fun game. That's for sure. What's the time control? The time control should be 90 plus 30 with 30 minutes on move 40. Off the top of my head. Let me double check that for you. I cannot find it so fast. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh yeah, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, plus 30 minutes for the rest, with the increment of 30 seconds for the first move. So yeah, exactly what I said. These are federated games, indeed. Federated classical games. For some reason, I thought he was playing as black today. That's interesting. Which side would you have yesterday? Let me check. Yesterday, if we go here. Yesterday, Kostya had the white pieces. Wait, this. Oh, we're going to the wrong person now. 1 sec. Wrong game. Just go back. Marty. Yeah, I didn't flip this board yet. We indeed have the black pieces. I hadn't flipped the board yet. You're welcome. We also have some cool cameras to have a look at the players today. All the streamers have these cameras where you have a cool POV with the chess pieces like in front of the players. It's designed by a large chess player. And it's really cool. They use it in the World Championship too. Between I don't know if it was Nepo. No, I think it was it with Ding Liren and Nepo, or was it Ding Liren and Gukesh? Maybe both. But yeah, that's a cool feature. 1 second, you guys. Okay, I'm back. Got interrupted there. That's all good. Who's going to win the candidate? Ooh, that's an interesting one. Who are playing the candidates? We have Hikaru on the rating spot, Pragdananda on the FIDE circuit. Who has the FIDE circuit of 2024? I don't quite remember who has that spot. Maybe Fabiano? Yeah, okay, Fabi. So Fabi, Prag, Hikaru. Then from the Grand Swiss we have Bluebaum and Anish. From the World Cup we have Sindarov, Yasipenko, and Wei. Am I one short? Am I missing someone? No, I think that's all of them, right? Yeah, Fabi, Hikaru, Prag, Anish, Bluebaum, Sindarov, Yasipenko, Wei. Yeah, that's all of them. Me personally, as a Dutch person, I'm gonna have to go for Anish. I really want us to win a second World Championship with our country, of course. So I'm rooting hard for Anish. Next to Anish, who would I like to see win, or rather, who would I think would win? I think Fabiano is a really strong player in classical. A bit past his peak, some would say, but he's one of the best of all time. Anish is great with his prep, that's true. Very much so. He has phenomenal chessable courses that he's published as well. He's very good in preparation. And preparation is a big part of the top level chess these days. I've heard Hikaru say that in the modern days of chess, it's basically you either go through a very long line that leads to a drawn position, or you try to surprise your opponents with a novelty and get into some unknown waters that are quite risky for the player, going for the novelty usually. So it's a big part of chess. So if Anish is really good at that, then could have an edge, which I'm really hoping for. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the tournament, we also have two chess dojoers playing. Beside Kostya, we have Matthew Purchard, Houseline on Twitch, and Anushka. I shouldn't butcher this. Narasani or Nas? Yeah, I think Anushka Narasani. Blood Queen on Twitch. So always fun to see some chess dojoers play as well. Fortunately, Rachel, who played together with Kostya and Anushka and Matthew in Maya, where I personally also played, was not able to play here this time. But she commentated yesterday, so she's still in action. We don't see Kostya at the board yet. It's already time to start the games. I believe the delay should catch up soon. I just joined the dojo last night. Welcome to the dojo, Nicola. Yeah, great to have you here. It's a great community. I really like the option of finding sparring partners because sparring is a great way to improve at chess. And also they just have a great general guideline for each rating bracket on how to improve from your rating to the next one. Yeah, welcome in. Ooh, I hear some moves being played. Or only one move actually. The opponent opens with e4, and Kostya is not at the board yet. There he is. Okay. It's a second delay there, but we have him at the board. Yeah, the community aspect is fantastic in Discord. Everyone is so helpful. That is so true. Like, everyone is so kind and respectful and helpful in the community, which is really nice. So the game, we have one e4 as expected. There was also one knight f3 that he could have played, but almost always he plays one e4. So Kostya has a few options here. We're gonna see which one he chooses. I'll not say all the options that he can play here because then all the opponents would know what Kostya plays. That would not be good. There we have the new POV. As you can see, we have like a close-up on the pieces with Kostya behind it, as well as for the opponent. There is an AI deciding which POV we get to see every now and then. So whenever it switches, it's an AI switching. It's something new that Sitges is doing. I've never seen it. Well, I've seen it once before in Tata Steel last year, where I played. It was at the master section. At that. What do we see on the board? Okay, c5. That was what I recommended Kostya to do. Going into the Sicilian. One knight f3, exclusively played by Mr. Amardeep. Let's see what Kostya does next. Did Kostya say Jadoo? I'm not sure what you are talking about there. Did you? Is he a c5 or an e5 kind of guy? I cannot tell. But we got some moves on the board here. Okay, Kostya going for most likely a Najdorf. Open Najdorf, it seems. It could still transpose into a classical with knight f6 followed by knight c6 instead of knight f6 followed by the a6. But I'm expecting a Najdorf here. That's usually how you open up c5, d6. It's also possible to go into the classical with the move order of b5, knight c6, which is a bit more common, I believe. This could be a way to avoid the Rossolimo. But yeah, as we see, he just goes for the standard Nidor. Was expected here. Yeah, Nidor for this. GGT is working, the video feed is working, it's all beautiful. That's the strange POV, not even a player inside. Not a dragon, no. Dragon would be G6 instead of A6. And I also believe you don't do knight F6 first in the dragon. Our opponent is thinking here. Obviously, he is still very much so in theory. Why did I get a Discord notification? I turned that off. That is strange. Anyways, the opponent is for sure still in theory here. He's just deciding which line to go for. He goes for the Amsterdam variation with F4. He has played this most of the games that he has played against the Nidor. So this was expected to see. It's gonna be interesting what Kostya does next. There are quite a few lines. E5 is a move here, G6 is a move, and E6. Those are the ones that I'm familiar with. There should also be some other moves, but these are the main options. Amsterdam, funny, yes, that is pretty funny because obviously I'm Dutch, so our capital as the name of a variation is pretty cool. I personally do this sometimes in like Blitz or Bullet games with F4, but I never looked at it as a serious variation because after the main move E5, it is not super hard for black to equalize, I believe. Yeah. Let's see what Kostya opts for. Where is this tourney being played? It's being played in Sitges, Spain. That is in Barcelona, I believe, or just outside of Barcelona. I'm not sure. But it's at the coast, so they have a great. Sometimes they have a great view. I know that Anushka, one of the Dojoers playing, always has like a beautiful view from her board over the sea. It's absolutely stunning, the view there. But yeah, I cannot see the view here because the light is very bright out of the window. But it's a beautiful place. They're also there with lots of people. We have Maddie plays chess, Anushka, aka Blood Queen. We have Houseline, Chess Dojo, of course, the Chess Nerds, and lots of streamers. Lots of fun. Yeah, lots of sun coming through the window. Sadly, I cannot do anything about that. So we're gonna just have to deal with it. Seems like Kostya's unsure, although this move should not have come as a big surprise. So maybe he's trying to fool his opponent into thinking he got caught off guard with the move F4. That could be a fun psychological like trick. Make him think, oh, I didn't prepare against this at all, even though I secretly did, but you wouldn't know. That could be fun. Also, although I do doubt it. Something that we could see is the main move E5, after which knight F3 is the main line, and sometimes there's also knight B3. But as I learned from Kostya yesterday, that is a bit less common. So we're gonna expect knight F3 here, and then either knight BD7 or queen C7. Just developing moves. You would maybe think bishop E7 to castle very quickly, but this would sadly just drop a pawn here. So queen c7 and knight bd7 both protect that one, which you first have to, and then we can get ready to castle. And we got some moves meanwhile. We got e5 and knight f3 as expected, the main line. So both players very much still in prep here. Thank you Jolo Chess for the raid. Damn, not live on his own channel. This is true. I am just streaming on Chess Dojo. Hello Oscar, welcome in. Good to see you as well. We're looking at Kostya's game in Sitges at the moment. We have a Najdorf Amsterdam variation on our hands. A4. That is also the main option, I believe. So yeah. I don't really remember. I think A4 is the main option, but I'm not too sure. An idea with A4, because it looks like a bit of a weird move. But I believe the idea is to go A5 and take control of this B6 square. That's in many Sicilians one of the ideas for white, to take control of this weakened B6 square. And I believe the way to develop is something like bishop c4, with maybe bishop d2 and castles. Although queen c7 stops bishop c4, so they're gonna have to choose another square to develop this bishop to. So I think a5 and maybe bishop d3 are options here. So let's see what Kostya's gonna, or Kostya's opponent is gonna decide rather. Fake streamer? Okay. Only the Rotterdam variation is worse. Is there a Rotterdam variation in chess? That is crazy. Did call that because she helped with prep? It unfortunately isn't. It would be pretty cool. But if I ever find an opening variation that I can name myself, I will name it after myself, of course. It's gonna be the Van der Hoek variation. That would be fun. If I can create my own variation in chess, like the Alien Gambit, for example, it's a pretty new one. From Really Alien, of course. Like, imagine having your own variation. That would be so cool. Okay, we do see bishop d3 on the board. One of the natural development moves. Another one was a5, as I pointed out. I think we can get ready to castle here and take it from there. Maybe we put a knight on c5 and to open up this bishop later. We just have to be a bit worried about this pawn. Or not worried, a bit cautious with the pawn. So I'm not too sure what the middle game ideas are in the Amsterdam variation. I just know the natural development squares here. I think I mainly looked at the a5 this morning, not the bishop d3, because a5 is a bit more critical, and I've played this before myself, or played against this myself in a rapid tournament in the Netherlands against the Canada Masters. So I got a beautiful position, but that went like a5 bishop d2, which looks like a bit weird move, but it protects the a5 pawn so that you can play knight a4, knight b6, and the bishop protects the a5 pawn. Like for example, here a5, let's say castles, bishop d2, let's say Kostya does nothing, like h6, then there is potentially this move, knight a4, do a random move, and then knight b6. And the pawn protects, the bishop protects the pawn from the queen, whilst the knight is on a4, blocking the rook. So that's one of the ideas I know in the Sicilian here. Opponent just goes for castle, normal developments. Could see something like bishop d2 next. I'm expecting Kostya to castle. Maybe knight c5 could be an option, hitting the bishop. and just developing a piece, opening up for this bishop as well. He offshore castled though, very natural move. So yeah. Is that the AI that keeps changing the camera view? That is indeed the AI. If you guys were here yesterday for the stream, you must have heard a lot of criticism from both me and Rachel about the AI. It was changing the POVs at like the worst moments possible. We were trying to zoom in at the clock because the keyboard wasn't working, and the second we would get a good view at it, they would switch the POV, or the AI would, at least. So yeah, that was not the best experience, but you know, it's all we got. I believe this is the first time Sitges is trying out this AI camera thing, trying to revolutionize the chess world in that way. Yeah, they also had this this in Tata Steel, and I actually had a conversation with the person behind the AI cameras, and he said that the camera decides which point of view to look at based on the body language of the players. So for example, if a player is about to move, usually they go to the general point of view that every streamer has, where you have both players and you can see him make the move. And then when one is in a deep think, they will zoom in on that player from the piece's point of view. It's what I got from that conversation. Um, but yeah, it's in the early stages, I think. So still a lot of flaws. The opponent is in a deep think here. I'm not sure whether he is still in prep or not. This is a very way to set up the pieces for black. So I would be surprised if he hasn't seen this before. Yeah, Queen E1 is, I believe, the theory move. Even after A5, I believe Queen E1 is the idea. And basically, they're gonna go for some like grand spree attack type of game, sliding the queen across to the king side, and then this move F4 is very common in the grand spree attack, and you're gonna just attack this king with everything you've got. So some ideas here for Kostya. Usually the attack takes a little bit to build up. Like, let's say we just do a very natural move, knight c5, which I pointed out earlier. When the queen lands on either g3 or h4, there are not really any threats to be made. Rather, we might have threats of our own, with discovery attack on the queen here. And if the queen comes to g3, we have a fork. So it's actually not possible for white to bring the queen in yet. But the idea of queen e1 is definitely to bring it into the king side later, through that diagonal. Kostya indeed just continues with a very natural development move, knight c5, opening up this bishop, hitting this bishop. So far I'm liking Kostya's position a lot. I would definitely want the black pieces in this position, although obviously it's still very much in the balance. We're still in the opening phase of the game, and there should not be a big swing in evaluation at this point. I am. How do we deal with the pawn on f5? You said f5 or f4? Let me check. With pawn f5. Okay, so pawn f5, that would block in our bishop from this diagonal and allow white to essentially start rolling these pawns down the board towards our king. Let's say f5 right here. We are still controlling the g4 square, So it's not gonna be that easy for white to start pushing these pawns. And I think we should be able to create some play in the center quickly enough. Yeah, usually against such a move, I try to strike back in the center. That's the principled response, I should say. When the opponent does something on the flank, you strike back in the center. So I would be trying to make the move d5 work. And then this pawn could be a bit overextended. Currently d5 is not possible. It's guarded twice, so we would have to find a way to make that work. Let's see, how could we make that work? We could play rook d8 to prepare it. I'm trying to sacrifice the pawn in some way and find some tactics, but I sadly cannot find any yet. There could be, however, d5, e takes d5, knight takes d3, d takes d3, and bishop takes f5. Gaining back the pawn, and now their structure is ruined. However, our e5 pawn is hanging, but also their d3 pawn is hanging, so this would be something to calculate. I looked at something like queen takes e5, queen takes e5, knight takes e5, and now the pawn is protected and our bishop is hit, so that would not be ideal. Yeah, that would not be ideal, so what could we do here? Could we do something else instead? There is an intermezzo check. I'm not sure if that helps a lot. We could go for check and after king h1 potentially protect this pawn with like rook e8 or maybe even bishop d4 and then try to recapture this pawn. Interesting lines here. We could also go for queen c5 check, after which king h1 bishop takes queen takes. We don't have to recapture this queen and we can just take the pawn and our bishop is protected. Although this looks a bit wrong. It looks very dangerous for black with a lot of loose pieces here. Yeah, there are some possibilities with d5 to deal with f5. And otherwise try to prepare it, I believe. We have a move on the board, knight h4. Knight h4. I don't know if this is a common move in the Grand Prix attack, or I guess the Amsterdam variation version of the Grand Prix attack. He took 5 minutes on this move, so I think he is out of prep at this point. Knight h4. What could be the idea behind knight h4? One nice thing for us is that the knight is not really putting pressure on the center anymore. The knight is on the rim, where it's pretty dim usually, but I believe he's trying to jump to f5. And we don't really want to take because it's our good bishop. With our pawns in the center on dark squares. He could also be getting out of the way of this rook to potentially open up the f-file or push f5 potentially, although I don't think f5 is an idea now with the knight on h4. Opening up the f-file would also open up this bishop, allowing it to come to either g5 or h6 potentially. Yeah, he's just trying to get his pieces towards the king side and attack Kostya here. What's a move for Kostya in this position? We definitely don't want something like bishop g4 because that would help our opponent create this massive attack and actually, I believe, win our bishop. So that's not an idea. be an idea here, though. If our opponent's playing on the king side, I would be inclined to go for some play in the center again, although I'm not sure if you want to open up the center in this position. We could also look at some development moves. So I'm not too sure where we want our pieces to go to. It's an interesting position, that's for sure. And opens up the dark square bishop, exactly. F5 square is weak, it's trying to get there, yeah. Yeah, when the knight lands on F5, we, as I said before, we don't want to take, and this knight, it's gonna be close to our king, putting quite a lot of pressure on our position. So we have to find a way to deal with this. I don't think we ever want to play something like a G6 that would weaken our king quite a bit on the dark squares. I don't think this is what we really want. This would also weaken the F file, which they are about to open as well, potentially. Like, that would not be a way to deal with this. After, I don't know, let's say something like rook d8, knight f5, takes. This is also not ideal, I think. But now these pawns are coming down the board quite a bit, quite quick with a lot of them. That doesn't look too comfortable. Plus our bishop here looks horrible. Maybe we could try like bishop f8 to back e7 in some ways. Or, yeah, this doesn't look great for us. And also, it seems like it would be nice for us to take this bishop and get the bishop pair. But this is their weak bishop, like their bad bishop. This bishop is not really gonna participate in the attack all that much. Sometimes it comes to c4 and then it's putting some pressure. But with the bishop on d3, we don't really want to capture, unless there's a clear reason to do so. Like in the line that I showed earlier. Here, there was a clear reason to do so, trying to severely ruin their structure and get a nice position here. But otherwise, we don't really want to take, as to my understanding. So yeah. I'll look at bishop e6, but 5 does come with tempo, and then we would have to go back to d7, for example. Although it could be good for us to maybe give them this tempo, because they don't want to play f5 really, so it could be worth giving them a tempo to lure out this move f5. So that the knight won't end up there in a different way than we were looking at. We were looking at trying to prevent it or challenge it. And this could be another way to prevent it. But this would give them a tempo, open up their bishop, prepare like h3, g4, g5. So this would look quite scary, but I think Kostya could definitely deal with kingside attacks here. He's quite a good defender. Yeah. My candidate moves right now, rook d8 and bishop e6, I think. Kostya goes for rook e8, however. Also a very natural development move. Let's look at rook d8 to prepare like d5 at some point. Rook e8, however, potentially strengthens our center with some extra defense to the e5 pawn. And Kostya's idea could maybe be to tuck the bishop to f8, where it's defends her king, and doesn't allow white to get the bishop pair. Another idea could just be to leave the bishop here and develop. But I definitely think we'll see knight f5 here. Otherwise, why did you really play knight h4, you know? I don't think we are gonna see a trade in the center ever. I think that would help the black pieces more than the white pieces. Even though their f file opens, I don't think that that's too scary. And yeah, f5 definitely shouldn't be a move here with the knight wanting to go there. So rook e8, interesting move. I wonder why he chose this over rook d8. Because yeah, I guess he wants this rook on d8 instead of something like c8 or b8. Maybe that's the idea why he went to e8, but I'm not sure. But it feels a bit better. I think that white has it looked carry for black. With all the attacks towards the king potentially. Looks scary, but usually in these f4 lines, the Amsterdam variation, when you play e5 knight f3, which is the main line, if you just develop normally like Kostya did, developing the knight, putting support to the e5 pawn, as well as queen g7, this is kind of like interchangeable with the move order, also putting some extra support to the center, and stopping bishop c4. He just made very natural development moves, getting ready to castle here. Castles. Puts the knight on a beautiful square on c5. Gets the rook out of the way to potentially be bishop f8. Usually black is slightly better in these variations. Because the white shouldn't go for the f4 line this early. So I'm not sure. I would guess that black is actually slightly better but from a practical point of view, white's play could be quite a bit easier. Definitely at the lower levels, it would be a lot easier for white to play than for the black pieces. But at the international master level where Kostya's at, they should be very much able to defend the attacks and create an attack of their own after they have weathered the storm. So I would say black is slightly better, but it's easier to play for white. I'm also not sure exactly how white wants to proceed. I would say knight f5. If you do A, you also have to do B, But another idea could be h3 g4. Another idea could potentially be lifting the rook, getting another piece into the attack. Or just a simple bishop d2, trying to connect the rook soon. Also a possibility. Another idea of queen h4, actually, that I didn't point out yet, is indeed this move, knight h4, protecting the knight, because otherwise we could have potential tactics with taking on e4, where this knight would be hanging if the queen was still on e1. But here, of course, the knight was protected, so he would just lose a piece. But that's another idea of queen e1 that the opponent showed us. So it seems like the opponent should still be in prep, even though he took quite some time on that move. Kostya, however, played this move rather quickly. So either he's still in prep or he's just very confident in this position. Our opponent is in the thing here. How is the time situation currently? The time, the clocks are not updating. That is strange. Let me just try to update them. Yeah, okay. The clocks were paused for some reason. As you can see, the opponent has already spent quite some time, but Kostya as well. Where did Kostya spend his time? Ah, Kostya spent his time on e5 earlier, of course. Which was most definitely his preparation. I think he was just trying to let his opponent think he didn't have the preparation. And waiting for e5 for a bit. That is where he wasted some time. But yeah, about equal on time here. Kostya slightly up on time. I think the opponent is also a quite quite a slow player. So I think we should get a decent edge here on the clock pretty soon. So yeah, looking good for Kostya so far. So going to the current position here. Is the clock fast again? Yeah, the clock is fast again. That is strange. Does it update when I do this? Yeah, that is weird. It should just keep on running even when I am in this. Hmm. Some more technical difficulties just like yesterday. I don't know how to fix that, to be honest. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. But oh well. Shouldn't be that big of a deal if I refresh it every now and then. Yeah, what am I expecting here from the white pieces? Knight f5. Okay. Oh, king h1. That was not what I expected at all. It's an interesting move though. I think the idea of king h1 is, let's say, after, let's say bishop e. Oh, something is wrong. Let's say after bishop e6, just developing the bishop. It could be an idea to go for rook g1. I'm getting ready to push the g4 pawn with the rook behind it. Although it looks pretty hard to do, so potentially, so let's say rook g1, rook d8. He would want to go like f5, bishop c8, and then g4. And g5 is coming pretty fast, and then f3, and this looks f6, I mean. And this already looks quite uncomfortable for the black pieces. With g5 incoming. So I think that is the idea behind king h1, and looks pretty natural. But I was really expecting the knight to f5 here. Kostya goes for a strike in the center immediately, which I think is great, because as we saw, if Kostya was just gonna do normal development moves like bishop e6 and rook d8, he would already get into quite some trouble. So when the opponent is preparing to strike on the flank of the board, you should respond in the center, as Kostya just did, even without f5. So there are quite some critical lines to calculate here. Kostya, however, only took 1 minute. So either he calculated while the opponent took 7 minutes to think of king h1, or Kostya is still in prep and just blitzed out d5, knowing that it's the correct move. So what are some lines here? Now I have to start working because now I have to calculate. Obviously, the opponent can take on e5, hitting the knight, so I don't think we should take here. Let's go back. I think the most natural is to recapture. Then bishop f4 comes in, hitting the queen, and the queen doesn't have that many squares. These are all the squares the queen has available, it seems. Queen h5 look pretty good. You're obviously getting out of the attack while getting the queen to the king side, where you could potentially be looking at some own attack at some point. And also getting the queen close to the king for your own protection. Could be possible, but then again, there are some moves, like bishop e2, for example, hitting the queen here. And it's the queen just trapped at this point. The queen might just straight up be trapped here. That is bad. So what is Kostya's idea after takes e5? Let's see, queen takes e5, bishop f4. We cannot go here because bishop e2 seems to immediately trap our queen, although we do have knight g4, but then h3, that looks losing immediately. Although we do have bishop g4, which I forgot about. Where is bishop g4? And e5 looks pretty interesting, taking out this knight. But knight e4. These are, again, just like last game, so such interesting positions we get like immediately out of the opening. But I'm seeing some interesting stuff like knight e4. It looks like we're dropping a pawn, but then this knight all of a sudden is hanging. Because the queen is obviously attacking it, and we just open up our bishop onto the knight. So lots of potential tactics here. Yeah, f takes e4, queen takes e4, bishop f4, queen h5, bishop e2, bishop g4. I think could be very interesting for Kostya here. Now, e takes d4. I think we can take, and take, where both the knight and the queen are hanging. So maybe something like queen d2, but then also this bishop is hanging because we just open up our rook. That could actually be one of the reasons why Kostya went to e8 with the rook instead of d8. Already preparing this move d5, and when the position opens up, then this rook is perfectly placed. Put some pressure down the e5. So I don't think they can take on e5 from the lines that I just showed. What about taking on d5? Well, we do have time here to think of something. Because this doesn't come with a tempo, unlike f takes e5, where they would hit our knight on f6. I'm immediately looking at something like e4, but this is attacked 3 times and defended twice. So if take, there is this knight hanging though, with a discovered attack on the queen, you would think, but then we blundered mate. That would not be good. So it seems like here we just hang upon because our bishop is pinned. So what could we do? We cannot really develop this bishop with a tempo somewhere where our rooks would be connected quickly. We cannot really recapture because that would just drop a piece with a fork. What is Kostya's idea here? Maybe we can take on f4. Bishop takes f4. Maybe bishop d6 now. That could be interesting. Because now the knight is still protecting the rook on the 8, which is attacking the queen. Plus we have a battery on f4, which would force, I think, queen f2 or queen g3. Queen f2 actually. Because after queen g3, we have another fork. And it seems like white is fine because they're hitting our queen, so that when we capture, they could capture, but they're in check. So here we would simply win a lot of material. So I think there's also g2 that I didn't really consider, but let's look at queen 2. Creating a battery down the f-file and protecting this bishop. Are there any tactics for us in this position? We're down a pawn currently, so we would have to find something significant here. We can obviously weaken their structure severely and have these double isolated pawns, although they're also fast pawns. Then after the trade, we are still down a pawn, but you could argue it's not really a pawn and maybe our structure is a bit better, but I don't really like this. This doesn't look great. So. I'm not sure what we should do after e takes d5. What do you guys think in the chat? Also, thank you for the follow, Kyo Nani. Welcome in. Let me just update the clocks here. The opponent is down 10 minutes already, so we have a decent time advantage. And I think he's gonna think for quite some more time because there's so much to calculate in this position. Yeah. Let's see what he's gonna do. Here. What could be something else that we could do here? This one, I think we refuted at this point. Although I didn't go that deep, I just went to candidate moves pretty quickly. This just looks wrong from what I saw after the calculation that I did. This one looks critical though. This looks pretty critical. If their knight takes, however, I think this would just be good for us from a visual point of view. After like e4, they have to move the bishop, and we have this pretty strong pawn. Like, because if they take, obviously, wait, no, that's actually possible, because again, we don't have bishop takes because we're pinned in this variation, because we traded off our knights. So we do have to take back, that I'm sure of. They recapture. We could take here immediately, and after queen take, then e4, bishop e2. But then, I'm not sure. Pretty hard. Oh, whoa! The opponent captures on e5, but that's not the right move. I think this looks wrong. This looks wrong. I was really expecting either pawn takes e. Yeah, I don't. Knight takes c5 just looks wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But pawn takes looked like the right move to me. This is. I didn't see a way for black to deal with this necessarily. But I guess the structure would be the way to deal with it. So, that takes c4 is incoming, so how do you deal with that? If takes, bishop take. Then you have bishop d6 again. Just like in the line that is being played in the game with f takes e5. Kostya not responding immediately, however. The AI is not showing Kostya at the moment, so I cannot see if he's surprised or anything. We'll see in a second, hopefully, when the AI switches again. So f takes e5. I was looking at, where is this? F takes e5. Here we go. Yeah, I was looking at queen takes e5. After which bishop f4 looked nice, but then queen h5. And then I was looking at bishop e2 for a while. I did not look at any other candidate moves, but there are plenty. Like, for example, e5 could be a candidate moves. And they could take, potentially, either way. There's still a lot to calculate here. Also, we don't... Yeah, I mean, we do have to recapture here, yeah? Oh, never mind. Kostya does say, Sam, you are not sharp at the moment. You could have taken this pawn immediately. That is interesting though, because after... I guess this pawn hangs and now we're not pinned because their pawn stops the vision of the queen. That is interesting. So after something like knight takes e4, I think d takes e4, bishop takes e4. We could go for queen takes bishop takes h4, queen takes h4, and queen takes e5. Other than this pawn hangs, and this looks bad. That's not possible. So what's the idea here? What if we take like so queen takes, bishop takes, queen takes. There's also this pawn that's hanging. And here we would have the better structure. We're getting ready to play bishop e6, get the other rook into the game. This would look very pleasant. Interesting. Very interesting. Just pull up the stream here. Okay. So yeah. Also, after knight takes d4, there's obviously knight takes d5 as well, hitting both our queen and our bishop, and also taking the pawn that was defending the knight on e4. But here I think we can take on e5. Yeah, taking the pawn and defending the knight, as well as getting some more pieces along the e file, and getting ready to take on h4 potentially to open up our rook as well. It looks pretty good to me. Let's say, what could they do here? They could take, potentially take. How do we recapture is a good question too. I think we can just capture with the queen, I would assume. And we could get ready to develop this bishop somehow. Maybe something like bishop d7, bishop c6 could be a fun idea. A bit unusual, but it would put the bishop on a great diagonal, where it supports our knight and also eyes at this king through the x-ray of this pawn. That could be a good way of developing there. Yeah, this looks pretty good, I would say. Just a knight, but why did he opt against this? I guess after something like bishop f4, maybe they could take this pawn because we don't have any discoveries right away, I would imagine. Although this does look pretty nice. I guess we're down a pawn. And it's not that clear how we're gonna get the pawn back because we could take. So take. This pawn is still protected. But there's quite some pressure in our position, I guess. I'm not sure. Knight takes e4, the last move. Do we have the Kostya POV yet, or is the AI still like unsure what to show? Looks like it's still unsure, eh? Oops, there we go. Meanwhile, the clock situation, we are up quite a lot on time. Already almost 15 minutes here. And we're only on move 14. So what my coach has taught me is in this time control to spend about 15 minutes in the opening for the first 15 moves. So Kostya is doing that perfectly. He has spent about 12 minutes so far for the first 14 moves, so he's perfectly on the schedule, but the opponent already has spent almost half an hour on the first 14 moves. So that's great for us. Gonna continue calculating here. Knight takes e5. Are there other candidate moves here? Oh, I don't think we want to take on h4. This look losing. And we get the bishop back. They get the knight back, and we just lost quite some material. We lost an exchange and a pawn. That's not the way to go. So knight takes. I do think we have to take here. Then bishop f4. This knight is hanging now. Yeah, so bishop f4 is not possible. We are hitting this knight, so they would first have to take. And now we can get out of the bishop f4 tempo with queen take. And what's happening here? I wish we would have like some discovery check. Like, let's say, I don't know, let's say they just do a5, a nothing move. We could have like a discovery check where they would have to take back the pawn. We would obviously win the rook, but the queen can take. Just like yesterday's game, there were like all these tactics with discoveries with the knight, but the knight was absolutely dominated by the queen, which we were trying to get a discovery on. So yeah, it's really hard to create a discovery with a knight onto a queen or a bishop. So that's not an idea here. So queen takes e7. Knight f5 looks very wrong. Yeah, this looks really bad. Although we don't have this again, because if their queen takes check, it's not a back rank because both the pieces stop it. So they could just come back. That's unfortunate. But this still just looks wrong. The rook looks like it doesn't belong here. It looks like the queen is a bit weak. We could maybe take and then check. So after queen take, now it would be a back rank. There we go. Tactics. And after pawn takes, obviously they just lose the queen. Yeah, knight f5 would just lose a piece. So knight f5 is not possible. They don't have to move the knight at all. They can just make a developing move, I think, like bishop f4. Connecting the rooks here, so there's never any back rank problems. Also, any discoveries don't work now because the queen is sufficiently defended, and we are actually the one potentially looking at some back rank problems. Yeah, bishop f4. Right. Yeah. We could always eliminate this knight because now this bishop is pretty strong. They have the bishop pair, and this bishop is not at all their weak bishop anymore because it's such an open position. Anyways, we have a move. It is knight takes d5 that has been played. Grabbing the seemingly free pawn. Now we're gonna see what Kostya had up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the AI is not having any of it with switching the cameras. Bishop f4 g5 in that line that I just showed. Let me see here. Sorry. Knight takes. E5 has been played immediately by Kostya. Kostya is either in preparation or he has calculated everything on his opponent's time. Queen takes e5, and now after what was my line here? trying to. I have already so many lines that I've looked at that it's already hard to look at the lines that I have looked at. Queen takes e5. Here, bishop f4 becomes take. Trying to find where you want this bishop f4 g5 idea. Working these pieces. Where did I go over that? Because I know quite well where you want me to look, but how did I get there? Knight takes maybe, and then after bishop, after queen takes e7, bishop f4, now you g5, and you fork these pieces. Yeah. I was not looking at g5 because it's like such a weakening move that it was not on my radar. But yeah, g5 it looks like it just forks these pieces and should win a piece. Yeah, I don't see why not. There's not even like queen g3 to pin the pawn because obviously that's covered. If you take, still covered. So yeah, so bishop f4 is not possible here. Bishop e3. You're closing this file. There are now legitimate discovery ideas. Getting the bishop pair for the knight. And if pawn takes, this would obviously be even worse. We're now hitting this pawn as well, and it's a bad structure. The king is quite open. So this winning this bishop pair would be pretty good, it seems. Yeah, I guess they would have to go for some like bishop e3, potentially trying to pocket to g1. Not sure, but this looks pretty pleasant. This is actually a common trick in the Caro-Kann, I believe, where you was it the Caro-Kann? I think it's the Caro-Kann where you can sacrifice one of the knights. Wait, is it the? I'm confused now. There is an opening that I used to play a while ago, where you would, in many lines, get one of the bishops with such a discovery. Not sure which line exactly, but yeah. Wow, why is he? Someone is Kraai? What? Okay. Interesting position. Meanwhile, on the clock, we are now up 20 minutes, even more than 20 minutes actually. So this is looking great for us. So yeah. Now we have to do something with this bishop, I think. What about something like g3 trying to develop the bishop this way? It looks wrong, but I cannot really see why it would be so wrong. It just visually looks so wrong. Like queen e5. Queen e5 would be quite annoying. You cannot put the bishop here, obviously. And something like a rook b1 doesn't look fun. Okay, we gotta move. Okay, knight takes e7. I think that was pretty much forced. I'm assuming Kostya's gonna take a flag with the queen. That's like the very natural move here. And then there's again so much to calculate. But I think Kostya's still in his prep, if I would have to guess. Because he's playing everything so quickly. The only time that he really spent some time was on e5, all the way back here. This was the one time he really thought. And that must have been to deceive the opponent. So okay, knight take, queen take. What do you guys think are some good candidate moves here for the white pieces? In the chat. After queen takes e7. Let me just turn this up. But if we look at it from the white perspective for a second. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we can't. Okay. Never mind. We could maybe try e4 to get this out with tempo, but then there's knight takes. This doesn't look comfortable with the word structure. So I think this would be a weakness, not a strength. But like this. No, maybe. Although, it's all pretty interesting. Obviously, Kostya took back with the queen, although he took 2 minutes. If only we could have gotten the camera by the AI by now. That would be pretty nice. Oh, let me turn the board again. The queen placement looks pretty scary. You mean the queen on e1? Yeah, it seems like there should be some tactics against the queen, but unfortunately our knight is just completely dominated, so there's not discoveries onto this queen. Sadly. I mean, the knight is a little loose. You are right that it's not ideal, it seems. This bishop still has to find the development square, which is pretty hard. They do have the bishop pair and it's an open position, so I would expect Kostya to maybe go for this exchange at some point. I was trying to see if he could do it here, but obviously we're in check, so we're forced to recapture. And doing it here was also not possible because we would simply hang material. And at this point, I guess we could have, but this looked not as good because now our rook spin. Yeah, this would not look half as good as the current position we're in. So I don't think Kostya could ever have taken this bishop before. So if he wants this bishop, he would have to take it in the future. He couldn't have done it previously. White one, yeah, it looks like it's wrong, but it's actually not as bad as it seems because of the queen dominating the knight, right? What are some forcing lines here, as David told me to look at? Well, obviously they can take, but that looks horrible. After, do we want the queens on or off? Would you guys take it with the knight or with the queen? I do think I would like to take the queen and get this bishop out soon. Or wait, maybe we could take it with the rook. That was what I was looking at. Now, when the knight moves back, now we can get out. This was what I was looking at. And this looks pretty comfortable for black. We can double the rook, create some loop. I mean, our pieces are locked, more active. The structure, there's a slight imbalance, so that's also really good for Kostya. Because when you are trying to play for a win, which he's most definitely trying to do, you really want at least some imbalance in the position. Like for example, the structure. You want some structural imbalance. That's why I'm looking at these lines where, for example, after, let's say, bishop d3, bishop. That's a bad example. Or is it? I'm not sure. After, let's say knight f3, right? Just putting the knight back. It's not what he's gonna do. It's a bad move. But just to illustrate the point, something like this would be really nice for Kostya, where he gets this imbalance in the structure. That would allow him to push for a win instead of a drawn endgame. Whereas if that pawn would, for example, be on f2, it would be very drawish and not a lot of chances. Knight f5, like we looked at a while ago. Knight f5, hitting the queen, of course. And if we take and take, this actually look pretty bad after knight g3 check, queen takes. But once again, as we saw, this was not the back rank, but if we can fit in this knight takes d3, c takes c3, knight g3, queen takes c3, now it would be a back rank, as we also saw before. And obviously if pawn takes, you just do it to queen, so I think after knight f5, we once again can take the piece and you cannot recapture because of knight takes d3, c takes c3, knight g3 winning the game. And obviously if you take here, we just recapture and now we're up a piece. So I don't think knight f5 is possible. So I'm looking at, I don't think he will do it, but knight f3 would be solid. Developing the bishop would be pretty solid to one of these squares. Although here, once again, we have this tactic of knight g3, where we would get the bishop pair. Obviously, they can also take with the queen here, going into this structure, which is still imbalanced. Plus, they don't have the bishop pair anymore. So here we should have some winning chances with our pieces being more active, this knight being on the rim. Something like rook b1 to put some more support to this bishop. We could already be looking at something like bishop g4. Here our structure would just be superior, for example. I don't think we would want to take here. Although rook d8 would also be a terrible move, because this would blunder a tactic here. So maybe something like a rook e8 here could be possible, putting our rook on an open file. Meanwhile, the clock situation, whoa, we are up almost half an hour on the clock at this point. That is insane. That is pretty insane. Going to the current position here, queen takes e7. What have I looked at as candidate moves? Bishop take. What else could they do? Well, they cannot go knight f5, as we also looked at. They don't really want to go knight f3. What about something like b4? As we talked about opening up this with tempo, I think we could take... Oh, no. Or actually, what if b4? What if we just go queen e5 hitting this? Let's take a... But then this guy hangs. But then... No, f5 they can take. Sufficient. Interesting. b4. Obviously, we could take, go back, and we're completely fine. I wonder if there's better though. And something like queen takes e7, rook takes e7. Maybe now knight f5. I'm not sure. What does the opponent do meanwhile? The opponent goes for bishop c4. Stopping us from gaining the bishop pair. and putting the bishop on a better diagonal with a lot of pressure on the f7 pawn, which is currently threatened. Like if we do nothing after rook takes f7, we're probably gonna have to sacrifice our queen here. And this would be really bad. So there's a significant threat on the board. I thought about moving the bishop away. I did not really consider it too deeply. I should have. So what is Kostya's idea here? There are no tactics like knight g3, because the queen would just take. The pawn is pinned, so we cannot push it ever, so like a bishop e6. But now maybe knight f5? And I'm not too sure what happens there. Because if you take, obviously, there's the threat once again. And the bishop is obviously not hanging, but because the queen is hanging, with check as well. If we can draw arrows. Yeah, bishop d4, not the most pleasant move to deal with. Bishop, I think this looks natural, but knight f5 we can obviously just move our queen somewhere. Queen f6 looks wrong, but it's, oh no, it's not. It's actually pretty bad. After knight g6, hitting our rook, and hitting our queen here. They should just be losing. So maybe queen d7. But there's also always a b4 in the air, where they're kicking out the defender of this e4 knight. So maybe bishop e6 would actually blunder b4 immediately after. Well, no, because you can take here like this. So this could be critical. Knight f5 could be critical. What are you guys saying? Not much. Knight f5. There's also not really a way to move the queen away whilst defending this knight. Like so that after b4 we can move the knight and the knight would not be hanging. So maybe we would be forced to take here, but then we have to once again deal with this threat of maybe like knight f6, take, but then this knight hangs. So probably bishop e. I don't think bishop e6 is possible because of knight f5 actually. That would be pretty cool. So what can we do? We could play knight d6, hitting the knight and defending the threat. Sorry, hitting the bishop and defending the threat. After the queen swap and something like, not sure, bishop f4, hitting the knight. Oh, then we can just take. So we have to move the bishop. If we go to b3, obviously we can take. If you go to d3, obviously we can take. So doesn't have that many good squares. Maybe d5 doesn't look correct, but I don't see a way to punish it. Something like bishop e6 or rook e1 could be possible to pin the bishop here. Rook e8, bishop g5. But then f6, and this should be winning. The knight d6 looks somewhat correct, but I don't know if we want to swap the queens like this. What if it's just like a standard, normal move, like knight of... Okay, well, what about... Yeah, we... Oh, knight of... I'm just completely forgetting about this bishop every time. Do we really want to put on a2? Rook a3 could be interesting. Using the rook like that. Otherwise, like, the only options that we really have is bishop a2, bishop d5. Yeah, those are the only real options that we have here. Or defending it, but that's just horrible. And we cannot defend it with the rook, obviously, because of back rank. So this is actually pretty uncomfortable for the white pieces. Maybe they shouldn't swap the queens here. And play something like queen b4 to defend the bishop. I think we put the queen on the board with a tempo on this knight. Once again, it looks wrong. Probably we can just swap these and gain the, like, take their bishop pair. And then potentially like something like bishop e6. Oh, also we could maybe go for queen takes h5, where after they take our knight, we take their knight. And now we're actually up a piece. So queen b4 is not possible either. And this is on the board, by the way. Bishop c4 is the current position. Right here. So knight d6. There is something that coach is not happy about, because as you guys can see here, he is spending quite some time on this move. For essentially the first time in the game, he's actually thinking. So there was something about bishop c4 that he does not like. I do just quite like the look of this though. What did I do? Is there something else you can do after this? I guess you can go back to f3. But then this guy looks offside, so maybe you can go for something like f6 repairing g5. And f6, it looks like it may weaken the king a bit, but actually I think it strengthens the king. That we now have this f7 square that we can use for our pieces and also loot. Normally you would want to do it on h6, but f6 just looks useful. That potentially after, let's say, bishop d2, we could potentially go like knight f7, knight e5, and put our knight on this nice square where it's an outpost. Although this bishop could contest it, of course. And then let's put some random moves on the board here. And then there's always like b4, for example. And this b4 move is pretty annoying in every single line. Anyways, let's go back to the position. So can we see the live? Yeah, this is the live position. It's black to move at the moment. I recall these early f4 lines being very popular around Karbov's time, not often seen right now. To me, it always felt like it was better to delay f4 a few more moves after developing at least one of the bishops and castling. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Oh, I think there should, by the way, be a command for board. No, there's not. I'll talk to the senseis about that. Usually there's a command with board giving a link to the board. But okay. Yeah, these F4 lines, it's called the Amsterdam variation. It's usually a bit premature to go F4 there, as you pointed out. There is obviously the very aggressive bishop G5 followed by F4 lines um, against the Najdorf. Those are very much sound and very aggressive. Where you go F4 pretty early, but yeah, usually you want to wait a bit. And yeah, as I pointed out earlier, in these early F4 lines, like the Amsterdam variation, where it's a bit premature, you can just do normal development moves and you should be completely fine. Probably just equalized. I can't help but notice that the AI has not changed the camera for like forever. So yeah, that's interesting. Knight d6. Let's see. Yeah, knight d6, the one that I was looking at for decent bit. Both attacking the bishop and defending against the threat. And then after bishop d6, I was not too sure where to put this bishop. I think that we would see bishop d5. Wait, where did my analysis go? This is one of the annoying things in just almost every website where you have chess analysis. There are just so many lines that it's very hard to go back to where you were. I think I looked at this, right? I think I did. Okay, the opponent is back at the board. Bishop d5. Oh, I'm so out of it. Bishop d5 just hangs the queen off and mate, of course. It's like, why didn't I not look at bishop d5? But obviously you first have to swap the queen to then go bishop d5. And now I have my analysis with bishop e6. This is obviously way too protected, so there's never any ideas on this diagonal. And then I looked at potentially rook e1 to pin the bishop, but we can just unpin. There should be no problems. And it's actually them that are gonna pin themselves after rook e8, so they would have to swap. They could go for bishop d2, but oh, oops, that's a misclick. I'm not sure if they would want this endgame. Yeah, this endgame just looks winning for black. So I don't think rook e1 would be a move. So you have to deal with this. Then maybe bishop f4. There's no g4 now. Rook e8. Takes. Maybe then a rook swap. But this one is always hanging. So you would have to do g3 first, but then rook d2 comes. And I think all of these endgames are just pretty nice for Kostya. After knight d6, queen takes, and rook takes, and bishop d5. You could avoid the queen trade, but then you win the bishop pair, which he was keen to keep. And also, I believe here he lost a piece in these lines actually. Yeah, I believe he just lost a piece. Because this pawn is defended by the knight, right? Yeah. I looked at a different line actually. Yeah, take bishop c4, knight d6, queen b4 is what I looked at afterwards. Takes, take, wins a piece. This is the current position. Kostya is still thinking. There's something he doesn't like about knight d6. And I'm not sure what it is at all. Trying different stuff in the Najdorf makes sense though. I have done a lot of analysis on the fixed bishop c4 line recently instead of f4 here, and have to say that the bishops are chaotic. Most of them eventually turn to black's favor if you find a variation you like. Most likely black will not be prepared and will face some trouble. Of course, a good way to create some problems in a less known position. You can't provide that generally black at the long term advantage. With some development actually. No. Yeah, exactly. The one thing, I'll just call you Yellow. The one thing, Yellow, is that this opponent, me and Kostya were preparing for this game. I think it was last night, more than this morning, and the opponents exclusively almost plays this line. So everyone just sees that he plays this variation, and if you just look at it for a little bit with this e5, like that happened in the game, e5 knight f3, and then either queen c7 or knight bd7, and black is just completely fine. And there are, you know, if you know how to deal with it, it looks a bit uncomfortable with potentially f5, but if you get d5 fast enough, you're completely fine. And then after king h1, it also looks like if you go for like some slow development moves, it looks like you can already get into some trouble with g4, g5. Hence why Kostya, who I'm sure looked at all of this, went for d5 immediately. But yeah, the problem with the opponent there is that everyone knows that he plays f4. And when it doesn't come with as a surprise, it's just like very comfortable for black. Hello, Oscar. How do you evaluate the position here? I would say it's slightly better for black after something like knight d6. Because I think we have the better structure. They do have the bishop and a somewhat open position. They definitely have quite some development problems. Like after, for example, the queen swap, the bishop is quite annoying to put somewhere. Like for example, bishop d6, bishop d5, e6, take, bishop f4. There's some problems with this pawn. I think that we are just simply quite a lot more developed. Our rooks are very active. Our knights are not badly placed. Well, this knight is on the rim. The bishop is okay, I would say, and the rooks are still like not really doing much. They still have to come to the open file. So I would definitely like take black here every time. So that's why I would say black has the small edge in the current position after knight d6. After bishop d6, I saw some concrete lines that looked like, oh, Kostya plays it. I thought this was not great for black. Interesting. Meanwhile, I'm eating a little bit, so I hope that you guys didn't hear too much of that. Awesome, we're all eating together. But yeah, this AI is just not switching the camera. Is there something wrong with it, or like did it stop working? Is it just like stuck, or what's happening there? let me just refresh it like that. Let's hope the AI is gonna switch some point of view at some point. We like the Kostya again. Okay, it's not stuck. The AI is just like never ever switching no matter what. It just doesn't like Kostya apparently. Anyways, the move bishop e6 on the board. We briefly looked at this, even though we mainly looked at knight d6, which just looked very nice. Bishop d6. The point of bishop d6 is obviously to challenge the bishop on this diagonal, so that after nothing, there was tactic to win our queen, and that's not possible anymore. So after bishop e6, I thought that there were some problems with our knight on e4 after something like knight f5. The point of knight f5 is that after takes, the threat is renewed. Although maybe here knight d6 is strong. No, but then you just hang this, right? After the swap, you just hang the b. That's not possible either. Yeah, that's not possible because this bishop is protected at the end as well. Don't think there's any tactics here now. So very interesting. And after knight f5, you obviously cannot take the free bishop because your queen hangs, even with check. So knight f5 looked very critical to me, but there has to be something that at like disposal here. Maybe queen d7 that I briefly looked at, I believe. Just getting out of the attack of the knight, and now it's like, what did this move really accomplish? That's a good question. Because now our bishop is obviously still hanging, the threat is currently dealt with, and this knight looks a bit weird, and it's also hanging. So you would maybe have to go to knight e3, and that actually looks bad. So maybe my suggestion is just terrible, and you can just go queen d7. So what's something else that white could potentially do? They could swap the bishops, of course, and just go for like some normal development, but here we always saw that we had this tactic to win the bishop. If Kostya wants to go for that, if he wants to keep pieces on the board, there should also be moves like queen c4 at this disposal should be possible. Hitting some stuff, getting out of this file, so that we eventually maybe have some discoveries with the knight. This also looks very good. Yeah, bishop d6. I don't think he ever wants to trade because it looks good for black. What if he defends? Then oh, that just hangs these here. So he cannot defend it because that would overload the queen. If he defends it like this, we just ruin the structure, and it's horrendous. If he develops the bishop once again, we have this g5 core. Develops the bishop here. It's still hanging. This guy's hanging in all the lines actually, so he might have to swap. If you go back, it's like, what's the point? I just take. If you go all the way back, we once again have knight g3. Or we don't actually, because the bishop is in front now. But okay, bishop e2 just looks wrong as well. Why would we want our bishop on e2 after we just played bishop d3, bishop c4, and then bishop e2? It just looks wrong. So I'm not sure what white wants to do actually. Oh, let me just go to the current position here, sorry. There we go. What's their timer set? Oh, sorry, I forgot to update the timers. The opponent is down about 15 minutes, so very good for Kostya as well. He did take some long things in the past few moves, about Yeah, about 2 minutes on average. Wait, where did most of his time go then? Where did he spend half an hour? That's strange. It looks weird. It seems like he only spent like maybe 15 minutes, but he lost 30. I'm not sure. The GGT boards in the tournament are always a bit iffy. I was talking with Kostya last night, and Kostya said that the GGT board that he was on yesterday, which stopped working at like the opening phase of the game, that GGT board was 20 years old. 20 years. That's my age. It was as old as me, that board. Like, that's crazy. If you were in this event, how many points ahead of second place would you finish? Well, I would be in Group B together with Anushka and Matt, aka Blood Queen and Houseline, and those games looked like the opponents were kind of just, you know, they were beatable. So I would say a solid point. Solid point. So the opponent decides to swap the bishop, but this just looks nice for black in my opinion. Like, what do you guys think the idea of the whites of the the opponent here is? Because I didn't really see a comfortable way for white to play this position. Oh, we have another move on the board. Yeah, obviously the recapture with the queen. And I didn't see any like good moves for white here. Yeah, the arbiter just pulled out the tables and gave no explanation and just left. It was crazy. We still have no clue why he did it at all, but yeah. You know, I'm sure he had his reasons, otherwise he wouldn't do it. Let's quickly look at knight f5, knight takes e7, just to see if white has any potential attack. I assume something like here, and knight takes g7. Ooh, that is a suggestion and a half. We obviously don't have a check here, but we do have a check here. Even though this position has passed, it's still pretty interesting to look at. Something like this, for example. Oh wait, the queen is just hanging here. I'm sorry, my bad. How can the queen get to the king? Maybe through queen h5, trying to get to h6. I mean, this doesn't look. I mean, this already hangs a piece, and then I don't really see an attack happening here. Maybe here, you meant? But here we could swap and go for mate after take check. I'm not sure. I don't think there ever was knight takes g7. The queen it doesn't really have a way to get to the king in time for a great attack. So the current position is b4 actually. We looked at b4 for a decent bit. Trying to dislodge this knight of the defense of this knight. But there's only one attacker. So what is the idea here? Sadly, we don't have any knight g3 tactics. Like this, as the opponent can just capture with the queen now. And after queen e1, this time it's not a check, as we had in the other line with the rook on f5. So here we would just lose the queen and the game. So b4, kicking out our knight. Let's see if there's any way for us to not move it. There could be queen e5 potentially, but then after take. Yeah, this could potentially be an idea. Although it looked a bit far-fetched that this would work. The most natural move here, of course, is knight d7. Just getting the knight to safety, maybe reroute it to f6. But okay, white is gaining some space here. They're getting ready to play bishop g7, and maybe this is actually fine for white. And black has to be a bit careful here. So b4 is not all that crazy of a move. Yeah. Queen e5, bishop f4. Oh yeah, now we don't have that g5 move. That is true. I just fully like took bishop f4 off of the map because of that g5 move, but there it works. c4 is hanging. Oh yeah, on the other line, yeah, c4 is hanging. Do you have any secret info about the January lectures? I sadly do not. No. Sadly do not. Only 1 point, did not expect you to be this humble. Okay, so we don't have queen e5 at our disposal. Queen f6 obviously not, so we cannot threaten this rook that looks badly placed. So knight d7 looks like the only move that we can play, but we can for fun look at some other stuff like knight takes. Is there anything here? Oh wait, whoa. Is there ever knight f2? No, he just takes with the queen. What am I saying? Okay, knight takes, to rook take. Queen c6, but there's still no threats because the queen dominates the knight. What if queen c4? Preparing knight g3. So if the takes, knight g3. If you take with the queen, you lose the rook. If you take with the pawn, you lose the queen. Queen c4 could be a very fun intermezzo that our opponents could have missed. As you guys can see, I'm a very tactical player, so I'm looking at all the wrong tactics. Usually there's just the piece hanging when I try to do a fun line, but this one actually seems to work. So queen c4, they would have to deal with this threat, I think, before recapturing on c5. Looks pretty interesting. Meanwhile, we're also up 20 minutes on the clock. So that's nice. Ooh. We could also move this knight, I think. Like, let's say, for example, knight f6. This should also be a move. Because if they take, obviously we win the game with mate. So, if they take our queen first, so that if we recapture, we hang the knight. Now we can recapture with the knight. This could also be an idea. Although this looked worse, because now we have worse development than our opponent, and they can just go for maybe like bishop b2, get a rook to the open files, and try to claim that maybe they're even slightly better here. But obviously we have more moves. We can also go to g5, we can go to d6. Although, yeah, I think we can also go to g... Wait, we cannot go to d6, right? Because we... Oh, we can. Never mind. Sorry. Knight d6. If they take, obviously we win the game, so they would have to, for example, swap the queens. And now this knight is better placed, I would say. Because on bishop b2, they're not hitting our knight here with the rook and the bishop. And we are also protecting f5 if the knight tries to jump in and create some attack on the g7 pawn. Here we could maybe even be looking at knight c4, gaining a tempo on this knight, getting our knight back into the game. What's get played? Okay, Kostya decides to just play solid and play knight d7. I thought queen c4 was really interesting, but he decides not to. Are we at move 40 yet? I don't think that we are even close. Yeah, this is move 19 on the board. And yeah, he has 40 minutes to make about 20 more moves. So he has to step it up a bit. So yeah. Okay, so knight d7. Just moving the knight to the seemingly only place it can go to. Though we saw that there were quite some alternatives. I think the idea is just to put the knight on f6, bring the rook to d8 and be solid. I believe Kostya's game plan, since I think the Chessable Masters he played in, where he had a conversation with, I don't really remember which GM, but he had a conversation with one of the strong GMs, who told him that you should just try Jacob Agard, I think, actually, or was it in a book? Could be in a book. But about Chessable Masters, he changed something about his game where he just wants to play simple chess, get a small edge and just outplay the opponent from there with not allowing any counterplay. So this looks like a pretty solid move, following that psychology of just simple chess, and just getting the knight to f6, putting the rook on d8. Because if you just make good logical moves, there's no way that you can be worse. As Raúl de Capablanca would always implement this in his games, former world champion from Spain, actually, where they're playing. Raúl Capablanca had this way of playing where he would play very cautious. Like he would not have played knight h4, for example. These are the moves that he would play. Knight d7 to f6. He would like to overprotect every single piece and have everything helping each other. Not making any crazy moves, just super solid so that the opponent cannot attack anything, let them overpush, and then counter punch. That's the Raúl Capablanca way of playing. How is Kostya doing in the tourney so far? Kostya has been struggling a bit against the lower rated opponents. He has so far beat a 2000, lost to a 2100 CM with the Prodigy. He's like, I believe, 11 years old. A very promising young kid from Poland. We beat a 2050 from England in a beautiful game where Kostya played my my idea that I gave to him that morning, and he loved it and played it and got like the most beautiful win of all time. It's a very clean game. And then yesterday we drew against an underrated player from China, who is not super underrated. He had like 22-30, but he was 21-30 in the game. and he only plays in China against like 1800s, who play like 2200s, and because they're just super underrated in Asia. So that was the he had quite some winning chances, but they were super hard to see. So reasonable draw, and today we're playing this 2100 CM from India, which also underrated at the moment. Yeah, I think Jacob Agard, yeah. But I wonder which GM was talking to him during Chessable Masters then about it. Because there were multiple stories, I think, about this change of playing style. Yeah, of course, MD Knight. So currently, 2.5 out of 4, -8 elo. We're gonna bounce back in the second half. This is the last game before the rest day, at the half of the tournament. So we're gonna bounce back in the second half. Got some points on the board. So bishop b2 plays by our opponent. Very solid move, connecting the rooks almost on the back rank. Developing the bishop to this nice diagonal. There were not really that many weaknesses in White's camp per se, although it looks a bit loose. Like for example, the structure, if he can consolidate it with something like c4, c5 quickly, then it could be dangerous, but at the moment it looks like the pawn is a bit backwards. And something like queen c4 could potentially come to mind. That's why I thought queen c4 here was a good move. Just sneaking this one in before retreating a knight potentially. But Kostya must have seen something wrong with that move. But yeah, bishop b2, eyeing the king side here, maybe trying to bring the queen in at some point. But this knight is also offside, the king is a bit awkward. I guess there's some back rank problems, and it's all the way up in the corner. Not sure if that really matters. But yeah, I think the opponent is just gonna make some very natural moves here. Maybe returning the knight to f3, or jumping to f5 potentially to hit g7, as someone in chat pointed out earlier. Some ideas with sacrificing on g7 even could be possible. Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. Refresh. Yep. Meanwhile, the AI is still not switching, so we have no clue. Coach is feeling very calm, or he's a bit nervous or anything. If only the AI would just switch cameras every now and then, you know, like it's supposed to. This tactic sadly doesn't work. First of all, the knight can obviously recapture. The pawn can't because then you lose the queen, but also the queen can now because after bishop b2 the rooks are connected and there are... I think knight g3 is never really gonna work anymore. Kostya plays a rook to c8, very natural move as well. Waiting to put his knight somewhere back into the game. Just developing the rook here with tempo on the c-pawn, which I pointed out was a bit awkwardly placed here. You would want to put it somewhere, but you can't really. And if you put it to c3, you block your bishop, so that cannot be good. And we can taking control of the c4 square potentially. So it's gonna be up to our opponent to find something to do here. Now after queen e2, trying to protect the pawn. Now there is the tactic of knight g3 again, of course, winning the queen. If the rook protects now, the rook is quite passive. And again, I think we can just take control of the c4 square with something like queen c4. And now this pawn, you cannot really push it. And this rook is stuck defending the pawn. We can potentially play like knight f6 next. And just have a lot more active pieces. So rook c8 looks like a good move. You also cannot play rook f2, obviously. Defending with the queen like this should also not really be a serious consideration, I think. Queen d1. Oh, move got played. Knight f5. Just leaving the pawn hanging and going for a counter attack instead. That is also definitely possible. Now it's getting a bit spicy. So it's up to Kostya if he wants to go down some tactical lines or not. I think, although I'm not sure. This is looking interesting. We're obviously threatening mate, threatening the bishop and the knight is under attack. They obviously cannot take it because of the mate, so the rook is hanging, mate is hanging, bishop is hanging, knight is loose. This is looking like some crazy complications that I think black should win. There is also very much the simple move knight f6, just stopping this, blocking this diagonal. And after something like knight takes g7, king takes g7, seems like there might be tactics with the f6 knight. But even though it's pinned, this guy is still very much sufficiently defended. And after takes, you can just take back with the knight, and this is winning for Kostya. So there's also f6, I think. Don't really see anything wrong with that, just blocking the diagonal completely. But now our knight, that's gonna be a bit hard to get it back into the game somewhere. Maybe like this could be an idea. I'm not sure. But the move that I'm liking here the most is, I think, to just say you're bluffing and go there. Although I am seeing this move now. I might have just completely missed this move. Yeah. Yeah, I might have just completely missed this super simple fork. That might have just happened. Yeah, I might have just blown that simple fork. So you cannot really take the pawn because of this fork then. So then there are not these ideas of going for full line by second the G pawn. Interesting. That may be one of the simple moves could be better. Yep, poisoned pawn. Work. Pawn c3. Pawn to c3. Do you mean f6 or c3 for white? So c3 I considered, but I thought it just closes the bishop. Also severely weakens this square on c4, so we could potentially play like queen c4, maybe even rook c4, maybe even knight b6 followed by knight c4, and just take control of the c4 square, blocking this knight, closing in this bishop forever, and thought that we would get a very pleasant position then. If we sneak peek here with the engine, it's like -2 after c3. So yeah, that would not be good. So we have knight f5 on the board here. Meanwhile, on the clock, it's almost even now. So that's crazy. Coach has been thinking a lot these past few moves. He took quite some time. Let's go back to the game. He spent quite some time on these few moves, so that's good, you know. You have to spend time in these middle game positions. I am curious still about it. Just looks so good. Do we have nothing here? What about knight f2? We looked at knight f2 quite some times. Obviously you're in check, so you have to do something about it. And if rook take, we win the game here, which I just saw. So maybe it's actually possible to allow the fork because of knight f2. So rook takes, you lose the game due to queen takes. So if queen takes, now it gets crazy. Because you sack the queen, but our queen is also hanging. Then we could take, and we are up a pawn. We won a pawn. Which I just saw. But maybe there's something else they can do. Or we can maybe even do. What if we just take here? Oh, oops. Sorry. What if we take here? Now we're also up a pawn, but now they have a knight instead of a bishop. The knight's hanging, so this could even be better for us. And where does this knight really go? It cannot go to c5, because after the swap, they even have a reverse structure, and we should be able to win this rook endgame. This looks really good actually. Rook takes c2, allowing the fork. And as we saw, knight takes c7 should lose to queen g4. And everything is hanging. But I thought that black should come out on top here, because you have to defend the mate somehow. And then the bishop hangs, the knight hangs. Maybe we should actually move this first, because if you take, but maybe there are some tactics like knight f2 as well at some point. So rook f1, you can immediately play knight f2, and they have to sack the queen to not get smother mated. These are some crazy tactics right now. Jeez. Yo, rook takes c2 might be it. These are some... Yeah, this is for sure a critical part of the game. Coach has plenty of time to figure it out, even though the clock stopped again. You still have 37 minutes here. I should be updated any second. There you go. Oh, oop. Why did it close? That's my bad. So yeah, crazy stuff here. I am like 100% sure coach is calculating rook takes c2 right now. So candidate moves for the opponent, knight takes g2, knight takes g7, which seems to lose to queen g4, and knight b4, that seems to lose to knight f2 check. So are there any other candidate moves here? Because we are attacking the bishop. But if the bishop takes, for example, what happens here? We still have knight f2. Because if rook takes, we have the mate, and if queen takes, and now they cannot even take our queen, so we actually mate. Oh, we don't, because they have this move. But okay, we still have a great position here. We're just completely winning, I think. Though we are only up 1 point of material, because they do have quite some material for our queen, which should not be sufficient for white. There's never knight h6 checks because we just pick up the bishop. What about bishop d4? Because after bishop takes g2, knight f2, if there's a bishop on d4, they can take. And now there's no tactics anymore. What about bishop d4, stopping knight f2? After knight g3, they can just take either way and they're fine. So bishop d4. What do we do here? Look at something like queen g6, threatening obviously mate in 1. And if there's something like rook g1, maybe we could go queen h. No, that doesn't work. I thought maybe queen h5, but oh, they just hang the. Sorry, they just hang the knight. This is like I find all these crazy moves and then I just hang a piece in the meantime. So how do they really defend this? They could go knight h4, going back to where they came from, defending the mate and attacking the queen, which has been a common theme in this game with, for example, knight d6 as well. Knight h4, it seems to fix their problems, really. And somehow everything is like holding each other in some very weird ways. Everything is completely fine here, it seems. So, yeah, and after queen g6, knight h4, you would maybe think to breach a knight f2 check. You take with the queen, obviously you take with the rook. Now you can take here potentially, but our queen is also hanging in all of these lines, so I think they can just take, and oh, we are actually up a pawn here. So after queen d6, knight h4, knight f2, take, also up a pawn. We might just be winning a pawn here because of this. We capture the c2 pawn and then we get out of all the shenanigans. Because of all these tactics, you have to play bishop d4. We could probably even come. No, then we would hang this pawn. So we would have to play actively, not to give them the g pawn in exchange for the c pawn. So something like this could definitely be possible. Man, this would be some. This would be crazy if this got played on the board. But we do have a bit of a problem. Our knight is dominated. The pieces are a bit more active, although they do also have a back rank problem where we don't anymore. I know, it doesn't look as easy to win as it should be. H3, and we cannot really get this knight out anywhere, is the problem that is. Oh, okay, maybe rook e6, and then we can get the knight out. Interesting. It's a tactic fest. This is like what I love. I want these positions in all of my games. I just want crazy tactics all around, because as you can see, I can find all these scatter demos. Like I can find the crazy tactic. The problem with me is just like deep calculation and visualization, and also positional stuff. Like just give me a billion like short move tactics, and I can find every single one, and I would win every single game. It's just yeah, just give me this every day, and great. Love tactic fest. Let's go here. See if YouTube is saying anything. No. But we also have a stream on YouTube, I believe. Let me pull that up. YouTube, yeah, the Dojo. I believe we're also live there. Yeah, we are also live there. No. Saying anything? No. Oh, there has been some messages there. I haven't seen that in my overlay, so that's weird. Sorry, YouTube. But welcome in. Hello, Emre. Your English is very good. All good, man. All good. And Bit Excellent has been suggesting some moves. Yeah, lots of tactics. Bit Excellent. Lots of tactics. So, I am loving this for Kostya. Crucial moment in the game here. Definitely critical. He has been thinking for about 10 minutes already. So he's calculating all these crazy lines that we've been looking at so far, I think. And I hope that he's calculating all of them correctly. And I think he should play it. I don't think I've overlooked much. Do you guys see any problem with rook takes c2? In the chat? Both on YouTube and Twitch? I personally don't. I think they kind of have to play bishop d4, queen d6, knight h4. Knight of 2 takes, 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 takes. I think this is kind of forced. We're just up a clean pawn there with no risk of losing, and we should be able to win this. Well, Kostya should be able to with his international master endgame skill. He also has a course on. Oh wait, the video feed's left off. Let me check what's up there. Kostya also has a course on Chessable about endgames. I believe it's called Endgames 101. So yeah, he should show us what that course can bring to us once we get to that endgame up upon. How we are supposed to win that. Meanwhile, the camera feed is gone. Let me just try to get it back. Otherwise, I might have to make a call to get it back. Which would not be ideal, but you know, we do what we have to do. Let me just try this other link to the camera. Yeah, I don't see it. I'll go back to the other link, maybe that won't work. Otherwise, we would just have to do it with GTT board, which is honestly not that big of a loss, because the AI was never switching the camera to Kostya anyway. The problem with knight with rook takes c2 is that the opponent might not like it. That would be a big problem for the opponent, not for us. I'm trying to. Oh wait, I should put it back on the current position whilst I try to fix this. My bad. There you go. Kostya still in the tank here about the move rook takes c2. Meanwhile, I'm gonna try to continue fixing this problem. Hmm. Strange. Let me just try to remove it entirely and add it back. Give me a moment here. Hmm. I don't see it. I know if it's like a problem on my end or a problem on their end, so I'm not sure if I should let them know it's not working or if it's just that I'm doing something wrong here. Hmm. The rook takes c2 being played. So, yeah, knight b4, which we thought would win the game for white, actually doesn't work. So that is pretty cool. And after 15 minutes of thought, Kostya was ready to play it and just played it on the board. Now it would be nice to have a camera feed to see if the opponent is shocked or something, but it just stopped working. That's unfortunate, but we're gonna deal with it. Meanwhile, rook takes e2 on the board. With knight e4, there is knight f2. The queen takes, rook takes, knight takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, and we're up a pawn. And if rook takes, we just win the game with checkmate. And these lines are both forced. Well, you don't win it with checkmate, I guess, because they have this move. But then you just lose the queen, clean queen, and the game, and everything is hanging. There are no threats. This is game over. Resignable. So I think they have to play bishop b4 to stop knight f2 check, winning the game. Because after bishop takes g7, we once again have knight f2. Now, where did I see this queen g4? Oh yeah, after rook takes c2, they can also take here with the knight, hitting our queen. But here, I thought queen g4 would win the game. Whereas after rook g1, defending the mate, we have some other mate, and they have to give up the queen. If they defend it with the queen somewhere, we can just take it with the knight. How else can you stop the checkmate in one thread? You can try to push the pawn, I guess. I did not really consider that. But I mean, this is just game over in a billion ways, I would assume. Maybe the simplest is queen h3. It's creating some more mate threats. But you cannot both stop at the same time unless you get a queen to g1, which is impossible, or block the file, which is, or the rank, I guess, which is also impossible, because we would just be able to take it. Although after rook takes, we cannot go knight takes. That is, we can because it's check, so our rook is not hanging actually. But then king g1, and all of a sudden, oh, we can take the queen. Never mind. And we don't even have to be careful because there's no mate because of knight f8. That is pretty nice. Nice detail. Kostya thought 21 minutes about his move, so 21 minutes and 43 seconds actually. So I think he saw every single line possible, and I think this should be pretty winning. And the opponent has to play bishop b4 going into this pawn down endgame, I think, from what I saw in my calculation. So yeah, pretty nice for us. Meanwhile, this camera feed, it's not working. Sorry, guys. I'm just try it somewhere else. 1 sec. And just try another link here that I got. Also doesn't seem to work. Let me try the last link that I've got over here. Quite a few links. If not, I might just have to make a call and ask the organizers if the camera is still working over there. I can maybe just shoot them a message. That would be easier so I don't have to leave the stream. Let me try that. Okay. Send a message. Hopefully they can try to fix the camera. Meanwhile, we got a move on the board. Bishop d4 played in only 7 minutes. So I think the opponent saw that he maybe blundered rook takes d2. I think it's a blunder. And I think we're gonna go down that endgame where black is just up a clean pawn for not much at all. Ooh, just got a message back. Okay, just got a message from the organizers that indeed the camera feed is down at the moment. They're trying to recover it ASAP. Keeping the threats alive because I don't really see a way to go for like a knockout. So knight takes f2, rook takes f2. because of the knight e3 move, the e file is closed and we cannot win the queen. So yeah, this would just be losing for us. And after knight g3, they can obviously just take, and there's nothing. If there's something like knight f6, I assume they can just trade it, and yeah, we did get rid of our less good knight. I don't see how this really helps us. So I think just rook d2, keeping all the threats alive and hitting the bishop. The bishop cannot retreat whilst hitting the rook, but that's covered by our knight, I thought, but then our rook hangs. Tactic anywhere, maybe, hopefully. No, I don't see any tactics here, unfortunately. So maybe this is actually a move. I mean, there has to be something wrong with it. Maybe we could go rook d3 now. Hitting both the pieces like this, even though we're not threatening to take. White also doesn't really have any threats in the position either. Maybe I'm just fully blundering here and this is just a god-awful move for some reason, but I don't see it. I don't really see how we can punish this move. Because after take. Yeah, this is just awful, no? There are no tactics. Damn. Oh, I got a message somewhere. I have no clue where. But yeah, knight e3. Bishop e3. We could also claim, hey, Mr. Amardeep, we are up a pawn. You don't have any threats. We have more active pieces. What if I just go like back somewhere and just claim I'm up a pawn now, and I'm just gonna put my rook on e6, knight on f6, and just be better. I don't really see how our opponent can argue against that. Mm-hmm. Mm. Although I don't really see any tactics here, which is a bit unfortunate. Ah, maybe knight takes, but they cannot take because the queen is hanging, and after takes, maybe we can save both rooks by getting them out of tempi onto this queen, but this would be very risky. Stuff like this. Then again, knight f5, and you're getting forked once again. And your pieces are all very awkward. I know. That could be bad, actually. But obviously we have rook d3. That should be a clean move. But okay, great defensive resource by our opponent, and Kostya just went all the way back to c8 immediately with the rook, not entertaining anything of White's ideas there. So yeah. I thought rook d2 hitting this, but yeah, after bishop c3, rook d3, it's not that comfortable. And the other ones that we looked at, it might actually blunder some stuff. So yeah, rook c8, and you're just saying I'm up a pawn. You have no attack. I'm just slowly gonna win this position. After knight f5, now we can just play like f6 or knight f6 potentially, and we're just better. And I'm loving this position for Kostya. Just up a clean pawn, I think. Not a lot of compensation here. Well, I'm keeping an eye on the video feed. If we get that back at some point, that would be nice. But they're working on it as hard as they can, so be patient there. We got a move on the board. Rook f4. Rook f4. What is the threat of rook f4? I think he's aiming at the rook g4 to skewer the queen with the g7 pawn, which is gonna be double attack. So how do we deal with that threat? I mean, this looks like a weird move. I'm looking for tactics. There has to be something wrong with this. What is wrong with this? This looks so wrong. I mean, first of all, I think we can just go knight f6. I didn't find any tactics yet, so the normal move would be knight f6, stopping rook g4 and defending our knight a bit more, even though that's not really a threat over there. And here we can obviously just take. And if they try to swap one of our knights, there's still a knight that's replaced it to stop rook g4, and this would be a very solid way to play against it. I think we're just simply better after knight f6, which Kostya just plays. But I mean, this looks so wrong. There must be like tactics. Couldn't find much. Meanwhile, Kostya has spent 17 minutes, and Kostya has 17 minutes left, and the opponent 26 minutes. So we are still down a bit on the clock there. What happens after queen d6? It's like, this looks wrong because these are both hanging. I just saw we can attack them both at the same time, and this guy's protected. But Kostya rather quickly played knight f6. So I guess it didn't work, but why? Why does queen d6 not work? How do you defend both the pieces? There's no queen move. First the knight cover, secondly the knight is in between. There's no bishop move. There's no rook move. If you take, I just take. But if you just let it hang, but you can't, you cannot create a threat here because I just take. And if something like knight f5 trying to create threats, I just take, no? I'm just winning. I know where I would put this. Maybe just rook e7. Or even just ignore it all and go for a knight. No, that would be bad actually. Don't listen to that. Just rook d7. Did Kostya just miss a clean fork? Long live the Confederation. Guys, what happens after queen d6 here? Did Kostya just miss a free p? I think Kostya just missed a free piece. That is crazy. But okay, knight f6, we should still just be better. We're up a clean pawn. We stopped the threat of rook g4. This is the immediate move that I saw as well. Queen d6 took a minute. Because it's like, it's not an obvious move, you know? Like, when you see it, oh yeah, of course, you just win a piece. But I didn't see this at first because it's a bit weird to like move the queen away from this very active square where it does like everything. It helps protect the knight, it puts pressure on g2. Then here's like what? But yeah, I mean I think it just wins a straight up wins a piece. Anyways, knight f6. We should still be just up a pawn with no issues, so I do think we can still go on to win this game pretty like well, not pretty easily, but we should be the one trying to win this game. Yeah. I heard a move. Queen h4, bringing all the pieces to the party and putting a lot of pressure on f6. I must say this also looks a bit wrong. I think he's trying to get like knight f5 and maybe sacrifice somewhere and just bulldoze down like all the dark squares, but I mean, it's a good way for our opponent to play because they're the ones low on time. No, Kostya's the one low on time quite a bit. As you can see here, 60 minutes versus 22. If Kostya has to make 15 more moves where he has to defend accurately, he might miss something. And yeah, he might miss something. Getting a little bit worried here. But I mean, we should still be completely fine. But look at the ideas like getting some play on this bishop. But knight f5 protects the bishop and also sets up like some sacrifices potentially. And it looked a bit weird. And then this rook comes and then takes on g7, where this knight becomes very loose. And I don't know. This rook is gonna come in. We have quite some pressure on this knight as well. Like everything is just under pressure. Concrete lines. Okay, concrete lines. Can we stop any counterplay with knight? Is knight f5 even that big of a problem? Let's say we do nothing. How do we do nothing? Let's say we do like h6 is quite a weakening. How do you do a nothing move in this position? Maybe a bit earlier. No. Okay, let's do h6. Let's do knight f5. We kind of have to do another nothing move. Okay, I'll just shuffle the rook once. So rook f8, knight f5, rook e7. Is knight takes e7 something? The king takes e7. It looks like there must be some tactics. Take, take. No, everything seems sufficiently defended. I guess maybe here you could take. Yeah, here you could take. So, and if rook takes, you go back. This guy moves. But black is just up an exchange. So I don't think that the attack on g7 works, even if we give them the moves to do it. So maybe this attack looks scarier than it is. And maybe we can just do a normal move. But what is a good normal move to do here? This rook is pretty well placed and this rook as well, so moving one of the rooks to d8. And I want to kind of hit this bishop, but I don't know. That's a terrible blunder. You also need to keep control of this square. I would like to get a rook to h5 though. So maybe a rook d7 with the idea of maybe a rook d5 after this knight moves somewhere. And then rook h5. Getting the rook into our own attack. And then we have ideas of knight g3. That could be possible. Just queen takes f6 there instead of king g8. Queen takes e4, queen takes a1. Oh, yeah, a1 is hanging. I forgot about that. Thank you, Andy Knight, for gifting a sub to Dajan. I hope I didn't butcher that name too bad. So, yeah. That is correct. But, I mean, I don't think we're gonna see those lines, because it just looks like black comes out on top in every single one over there, so... What could be a good, like... What could be a move for black here that just improves the position? He goes for h6. That's actually the move that I did as like a waiting move to do nothing. That is funny. What's the point of h6 though? Because there has to be a point, right? Also, Kostya thought 6 minutes about this move. I wonder if Kostya saw that he missed a free piece earlier, and he was just thinking about, oh no, I missed a free piece for the past few minutes. Could be possible. Meanwhile, here are the clock. Still down 10 minutes, so we're still in time trouble. On move 25, so 15 moves to make with 11 minutes. That's not great. But yeah, I mean, Kostya and I, we've been working a lot on the split, so I'm sure that if it comes down to a lot of time pressure, he's gonna perform. Because we trained on that quite a lot. So I'm not worried about too much time trouble. But yeah, 8-6. Interesting move. Maybe just, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a usual move. It's like creating some loop for the king. Don't see like any concrete reason why you would play 8-6 here. It's a waiting move that improves, I guess, a little bit. Could be useful down the line. Do you guys see any concrete reason why you would play 8-6? Knight f5 shouldn't really do much. We can essentially do anything here. Maybe we could even play rook d8. Could be possible, I think. Take, 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 take. Yeah, I think rook d8 should be possible, right? And nothing is happening here. And this one is also sufficiently defended. You want to take with the rook or with the queen? With the rook. We have to take queen takes. There is this. So maybe we do take with the queen, but then this guy hangs. Oh wait, what's happening here? Oh, did I just blunder with rook d2? Okay, anyways, we gotta move. Rook a f1. So not going for knight f5 immediately, but rather first doubling the rook, which I also looked at in a different move order, after knight f5 to then double the rooks. Now Kostya once again has to find a useful move, maybe something like rook e6 or rook c6 to give the knight on f6 some more support, could be useful. So after g5 in some weird lines. Queen takes a1 there again. Oh yeah, queen takes a1. I'm out of it. So that's why he also played the rook f1, to get out of all the queen takes a1 lines. After takes, queen takes a1 with the back rank. Yeah. So that's why he played this. So maybe now we have to support this knight a bit more. And consolidate our position a bit, so that none of the sacrifices work, and then we can start to try and convert our draw pawn into a winning endgame, slowly but surely. Yeah, I remember what you meant. Yeah, the rook could hang in this line. Here, indeed the rook on a1 hangs with back rank. I missed that. So knight f5, we can indeed go rook c2, and this doesn't work due to what we just pointed out. Indeed, rook takes, rook take, take. But after rook f2, rook f1. Let's say we do the same thing again with rook c2, just activating the rook here, which is not a mate threat because the knight protects. If knight f5 now, we do have the mate, so we also stop knight f5 with this mating threat, so that's also cool. But even if we don't, and let's say we do a nothing move, after the sacrifice, now it should work. First of all, they can take here now, but even if not, then there's also no rook here thing. Now this rook is hanging. Okay, that example. But yeah, as we can see, now the mate threat on d2 might be an issue, but now they can just take. Why could they not take earlier? Did I just blunder rook again? Wait, did I just blunder rook here? Surely not right. Surely I saw something. I don't remember. I might just be blundering every piece today. But rook c6 looks good to me in this position. Kostya does have to move a bit faster, because he still has to make 14 moves with 10 minutes on the clock-ish. Yeah, rook c2 hangs to the knight, yeah. Oh, the knight was on f5, so in the other line it did work. Yeah, you're right. That's why this move order matters, I guess. Yeah, rook c6 or rook e6 looks good to me. Just consolidating the position. I'm not I think I would opt for rook e6 over rook c6 because this rook can potentially infiltrate at some point. Like, let's say they go for knight f5 now, then we could go rook c2. Kostya made a move, however, and he played rook e6, as I pointed out. So after blundering a rook, I got to the right move. At least I think a right move. But yeah, it's very unfortunate. We could have already like had an interview with Kostya about how the game went after queen d6 here, winning a piece. But yeah, where is it? In like almost no time spent, he just went knight f6, which I also thought was the move for a moment there. How much time did he spend on that move? Few minutes and 14 seconds. Yeah, it's just a blind spot, I guess. Just a blind spot there. He's not gonna be happy about missing that, that's for sure. But okay, back to the current position. Rook e6 just played. I think after knight f5, rook c2, knight takes, king takes. Or rook takes. Oh, that's still... No, we have mate now. We just have mates. Which I pointed out earlier, I just forgot about it. We have mate threats after the knight moves. So they would first have to deal with that. Rook g1, now why did you go rook f1? So that's definitely not the idea. Queen h3, then you relieve the pressure off of f6, so that should also not be a move there. So you do maybe open up for knight h4, but then again you just go to maybe h7 and it's like, what are you doing? So I don't think the idea is actually knight f5, so what could be a different idea? Maybe knight g4 can be an idea. So after rook c2, well, you obviously cannot take, because then you get skewered. And after rook c2, take, or... No, you do have to take. Now we have a mate threat. We could not mate here because we're obviously in check. Knight take. If bishop takes, we do have mate, so now they have to address the mate threat again, which is really annoying for them. Maybe they can play g3 though. In some of these variations. That could be possible. But then here maybe rook e4. Wait, after take, I think they should be winning. So maybe they can take here. Then maybe we have check. This doesn't seem to work. No. The knight g4 maybe. Maybe we can play rook h6 now to support it even more. Who knows? Man. It's quite a scary attack, but I think we should have enough resources to defend. Like, all of our pieces are supporting each other around the king here. Although all of their pieces also pointed towards ours, so that's a bit scary. Okay, the rook, knight g4. Oh, rook c2. Something like g3 immediately, maybe. And then we have to find a move again. We could also just maybe go like knight h5. Because the knight stuff the queen from seeing the knight over there. The rook would have to move. Then you already walk into a fork. And if they take here, that might be a bit of a problem there. Anyways, we gotta move. Knight f5 got played. Interesting. After knight f5, we thought the rook g2. Knight takes c7, and we thought that this didn't work. So what is this idea here? Because we're threatening mate. Maybe he wants g3 now. That could be possible. Rook c2, g3. What do you guys think? And knight g4 now for white. No g2 mate there, don't trade. Noted. Yeah, we looked at that. Okay, g3 here. It looks wrong. But how do we prove that it's wrong? Go like knight g5 or something. Turtle up. Also doesn't look great for us. Though this doesn't work now. I think. Or does it? It does. Although, are there maybe tactics here? No, I don't think so. I was trying to get these two into a fork with the rook, but can't seem to make it work because after you would stack, it wouldn't be a fork because queen takes. And it's their move anyway, so. Okay. G3. Oh, did a move get played? After knight f5, Kostya went queen g5. Offering the trade of queens, that is very solid and very good. Getting rid of the strongest attacker, and if it would have to go back, maybe now we have rook c2. And now there are no more tactics on f6. That is very accurate, I think. Unless there's something concretely wrong with this move, this should be great. We are currently down to 7 minutes for 13 moves, no, 12 moves however, so we are gonna have to speed up, but the opponent is also losing his time. And I think he might think a bit longer about this decision here that he has coming. Let's see. Let's go to the current. Yeah. Queen g5. Let's say he trades, which I don't think he will. He would have to go back and that would run into a fork. If we go here, it's hanging. Anywhere else, it's also hanging. I don't believe that there would be any sacrifice ever. Also, not really some intermezzos that I can see. Maybe knight takes g. No, we would just take and recapture, and this should be winning. Yeah. And we're going to go like king of 7 maybe. Protecting this knight, and it doesn't matter that we walk into the spin, but there's no way to take advantage of it. After we go to e7, I think. Also, we could give this check. That would be nice. There's unfortunately no mate immediately, although knight h5. No, that doesn't work. He just moves. But then again, this is completely winning, of course. So yeah, queen d6. I doubt he will take. I think that just loses the game. How do you keep the queen from the board? Either queen h3 or queen e1. Queen h3 I haven't looked at yet. I want to make this fork happen. Also, I think we can just... No, we cannot. Oh, imagine just... Does this win the game? Whoa, wait. Does this win the game straight up? I guess you can do this, but then you just win the game now. Oh, you don't. Oh, you kinda do. This should be a winning endgame. This will be nuts. Imagine sacking your queen for the rook, sacking a knight, and then there's this unstoppable trap. Whoa. I might be on my tactics now. So it doesn't. Well, you don't want to allow the queen trade, right? I think if you trade the queen, the attack kind of fizzles out, and we're just up a clean pawn. I don't know. What would you suggest instead? Instead of moving the queen away to, I think you would have to go to e1. Because h3, I think you can sack the queen and win the game. Queen e1. Oh, move got played. And it is queen. Wait. Whoa. Queen take. Rook take. Jack. Only move. Jack. Only move. Here. Only move. Because if you go here, it's just mate. Only move. Here. Only move. No, this cannot be right. This cannot be okay. What if we just do this? Like, this has to be a winning endgame, no? Knight and pawn endgame. If it was the king and pawn endgame, it would be winning. And what I've learned, if it's a knight and pawn, and if the king and pawn endgame wins, then with knight it should be even more winning for the winning side. That's what I've learned. And Kostya plays rook c1 instead, sacrificing a rook so that he can take the f4 rook. But I think he might have missed a win with queen takes f4. I'm gonna sneak peek with the engine. The queen takes f4, rook takes f4, rook d1, bishop g1, as I point out. Knight f2, rook takes f2, rook e1. There is knight e7 check, which I missed. King h7, queen d3, king h8, and there's a perpetual. I missed that. I fully missed knight e7 check. I should look at the check. Yeah. Queen e3 is pointed out as a mistake, as I accidentally took a sneak peek. So there's something wrong with it, and Kostya thinks it's rook c1. But the point that if take, there's take, hitting this, and we are the one attacking now, not white. But I thought this works, but it doesn't. That would have been crazy though. If this would have won the game, that would have been crazy. If you had this with black, you would say it's winning and holding with white. No, this is completely one for black, no matter what, because it's Kostya playing, and Kostya is just better. That's as simple as it is. Meanwhile, I did not get a message back about the video feed, so that is a bit unfortunate, but I have to deal with that. Let me just put on the current position here. Rook c1 played in like no time spent, and if we go here, the time is almost equal now. It's only like few more minutes for the white player. Yeah, crazy game so far. I've been loving commentating this game because there are so many tactics. Phenomenal. What are you guys saying though? Let me go here. Yeah, sure. Cool idea though. Did black not have g6 in that perpetual there? Well, I checked that perpetual with the engine, and the engine must have seen something up to g6, but okay, it's engine stuff, you know. So I don't know. I would imagine Kostya considered queen takes f4 because it looks really nice. Yeah. So here, knight e7, here g6. And maybe you can go like h3 and run away, and then this guy hangs. I'm not sure. I'll check with the engine quickly. Small sneak peek. Queen d3. What if we play d6? Then h3 indeed wins the game for white. After rook takes, king h2, rook h1, king g3. And with the point that if we do nothing, rook takes f6. So we don't have rook f1 to protect it. And if we move it away somewhere, let's say here, with check, king h4, and this guy is gonna fall because of the f5. Rook takes f5, and we're mated. I mean, that's some engine stuff right there. That is some engine stuff. Anyways, going back to the game now. Oh, we got quite some moves. We got g3 played because after takes it looked very pleasant for black. And we got the trade of pieces with Kostya on the clock, having to find a move here. I mean, there has to be tactics again. I'm looking at knight h5, trying to sacrifice on g3 with a fork. I mean, this is like beautiful, but we need a bit more speed from Kostya. Sorry about that. That was not what I meant to do. We need a bit more speed from Kostya here. Fun line, thank you. Yeah, I was like so excited when I found queen takes f4, and then I turned on the engine to cheat, seeing if there's a defense, and of course the engine has to ruin it. But yeah. Yeah, it gives white a move to escape, and then even though they have to sacrifice the... Or, no, they have to just give up some checks for that. They run away and they are completely winning. But yeah, great line. I'm excited about that. Alright, I was very fun that I found that one. Very fun. Anyways, back to the game. Because none of that shenanigans happened, we got a relatively normal sequence of moves here. Trading off a pair of rook, but with every trade we are getting closer to a winning endgame. Because we're up a pawn, right? King h7. Prophylactically getting off of this... we were not there. We were here. Getting out of any possible checks, I guess. Putting the king on a safer square cannot be a bad move. It should be a bit of a useful move. After knight h5 it did not work. Because I guess this pawn was maybe hanging. Bishop take. Let's put it on the board here. Let's say this. Bishop takes. If you take... if you... Yeah, bishop takes them... This looks interesting. But... I don't know. Man, these are some complicated lines, all of these. Anyways, current position. That's what matters. King h7 played. I think he might just want to make time control. And it's just gonna play a bunch of safe moves, trying to get some time. Maybe better was queen h5. Queen h5. I don't know where exactly, but yeah, here, if queen h5, you might have had bishop take. Getting rid of the defender, although you just put a new knight there, I guess. But then you get the queen back to a nice square. I know where you exactly meant it. Maybe not here. Maybe somewhere in that crazy line that I showed. Anyways. We got some moves. Queen d3, putting the queen on the same diagonal as the king, and that looks pretty scary. Meanwhile, 5 minutes for Kostya, 8 minutes for the opponent, Kostya on the clock. How do we deal with this? Well, currently it's not really a threat because this knight is sufficiently defended, but it does look a bit scary. panicky moves would be a g6 here, severely weakening the f6 square but closing this diagonal. I don't think Kostya will have to take such drastic measures. Knight h5 here would not really work anymore. First of all, because this hangs, and secondly, because there's not really a fork to be made anymore. What could happen here? There is a possible fork on f2. Oh, Kostya plays knight d5, sacrificing a knight. Because then this guy hangs and this gets spinned, and we win the rook. And if the queen takes, obviously we just win. Even mate right here. That's funny. So yeah, rook takes. This should win the game. So the rook kinda has to move, but where does it move to? It moves to h4. First of all, we can cash in another pawn, but there should be more, right? It feels like there's more. Like maybe something like queen c1, king g2. I mean, we can trade queens, I guess. This looks really good. Although I prefer just to not do that. Can we take the pawn? Looks like we can, because the queen is also hanging, which I kind of forgot. I think we can just cash in a second pawn if they go to h4 there. Meanwhile, what's happening in the game? The opponent is thinking he might have missed this move to sacrifice the piece to take this. He might have just blundered. Yeah, queen takes f5 is the idea. Yes. You want queen takes f4 and knight f2 to work, but I guess it does not. Indeed, I was looking at that, but there's the bishop on d4, defending the threat that you are trying to create. So he's pointing, the person in chat's pointing out queen takes f4, pawn takes knight f2 with the fork, but the bishop takes. So I was looking at maybe like knight g4. We could try to create that, but now of course they have time to do something. Although this one doesn't work again, potentially. Not sure, not sure. These are some insane lines, by the way, that we're looking at. Oh, but yeah, we would have to take. And now they're pinned, so maybe this one could have worked out somehow, some way. After this, we could take with the knight, defending the queen, and if take, take. And if take, take. Ooh. That could have been a great move too, knight g4 instead of knight d5. This could have maybe been a better move to also threaten queen takes f4. But maybe they can just make like a normal move and be okay. Who knows? Maybe like rook f1 and, you know, what are we really threatening here? Well, with knight d5, it's pretty clear what we're threatening. We're threatening the rook, and it doesn't have any comfortable places to move to. Because if it just moves back, now we can cash in a second pawn. And that should be completely winning. Opponent is thinking here, if we go to the clock equal time, and I'm gonna give you guys a quick sneak peek with the engine. It's a brilliant move from Coach Kavutskiy here. Knight d5 has been given a brilliant move. Just had to show that, just you know, for the beauty of it. We love to see some brilliant moves. Queen takes f5. Where? Maybe in one of the lines that I just showed. I just go through these lines so quickly that I cannot catch up with your suggestions and the lines. So if you can just type out the line where you think queen takes f5 works, probably somewhere after rook takes. Yeah, then queen takes f5 would work. Where we pin the rook to the queen. So for example, here we cannot take the rook because we're pinned, but the queen hangs. And if you go back to support the queen, then we have knight takes, winning the rook. Take takes your upper rook, and if bishop takes, we win the queen. As showed earlier. Opponent goes for knight takes g7, desperado, some would say. It is a free pawn actually, but after take, takes, we're just up a piece, no? Is that not his idea? Like, you cannot recapture, surely. Surely this is not possible. You would just go like here maybe. And then here we have a discover check. And when they take the queen hangs. Oh, so many tactics. I'm loving this game. Like from the first to last second, I'm loving this game. This is crazy. Also, very low time now. Let me just update the times here. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, he moved, of course. Kostya, 3 minutes and 40 seconds for 8 moves. But every move, he does get 30 seconds. So, essentially, he has about 7.5 minutes left. And the opponent essentially has about 11, I think. And yeah, Kostya just takes the rook as I just pointed out, and it seems like we're just winning a piece. Opponent takes back, which I thought was just bad, but he kind of had to, otherwise the sequence of moves didn't work out, and we would just be up a clean piece. Kostya with 3 minutes and 40 seconds has to find a move here, but Kostya, a master at blitz these days, is obviously not gonna panic here and find all the right moves. This is a full blitz game that he has the time for to figure out his position. A full blitz game. He can play a perfect game against the GM in this amount of time. Like, this is not a problem for Kostya at all. Not at all. But what is a good move here for Kostya? It's a good question. Let's say we take the pawn, they take, we take. We're up a pawn. They don't really have any threat. I don't know how winning this is. Like, if this is completely winning, it looks like it is because their king is fairly weakened, and our king, it looks weak, but it isn't, because this queen cannot really get to the king somehow, and this bishop cannot work with the queen together at the moment because the queen is on a light square and the bishop is a dark squared bishop. Meanwhile, we've got a move on the board, which is queen g6. Setting up this tactic that I showed earlier of knight f2 after they capture our rook. Knight f2 would win the queen and the game. So yeah, I don't know why I just said take the pawn. Queen g6 was my earlier suggestion, so Kostya played the move that I was looking at, setting up this tactic, and now he cannot take the rook, our opponent, and the next move you can maybe play like rook e7 to get out of the attack by the knight, and we're just up an exchange, I think, right? Yeah, we're just up a clean exchange by then. Not a pawn anymore, because they grabbed the vector pawn, so yeah. How's our opponent gonna deal with the threat of knight f2? And they're also almost made it. Let's say, like, bishop e5, for example. This is not only a fork, but also checkmate. So, yeah, I mean, this is very dangerous for our opponent, who only has 3 minutes left. And the opponent finds f5 with a fork, which I fully missed. Protected by the knight. And now after knight f2, bishop takes f2, we don't have queen takes. And now both of our pieces are hanging, and the queen with cap. Did we blunder? I fully missed this move. This was not on my radar. Guy? Did we blunder? Instead of king h7. Instead of king h7. Yeah, that could have been better, because king h7 has caused us some decent trouble. Could have been better, but I'm worried for Kostya right now. He played a move, however. He sacrifices the queen, because if bishop takes, there's a fork. And at the end, they don't promote in whoa. Uh, I guess we have to take back the pawn. I was like, oh, you know, chilling, but they promote, so we have to take back the pawn, and now we have to win this endgame up a pawn. Bishop versus knight. That is what Kostya's idea is. The opponent is thinking. Kostya very resourceful with his hours of blitz training in the bag. Opponent takes the rook. Kostya blitzes out queen g6, spinning up knight f2 again. This is crazy, but I'm getting scared for Kostya. What if the queen just goes back? I guess we take back the pawn and we're up a pawn. This is crazy. Like this is nuts. Are you guys seeing all of this? This is insane. I would not be surprised if there's like a billion blunders happening right now that we are not seeing. Meanwhile, on the clock, 3 minutes for the opponent, 2 minutes for us. Oh, let me just pull up the board here and show you guys another brilliant move for Coach Kavutskiy. Queen takes g7, sacrificing the queen. Brilliant move. Let me turn off the engine again. Continue with the game. Queen g6 played. Threatening knight f2 as pointed out earlier, so this is the move that I would do immediately. Now we have to try to hold this endgame as white, but that is very hard, also with a very weakened king. The opponent made a move. He took on f7 immediately, and he promotes. And this is this is mate though. And when he blocks, we win the queen. Wait, did he blunder? Yeah, he blundered. Kostya plays it immediately. He blundered the game. He thought after this promote and queen check, he thought that he could block, but he forgot that his queen hangs. And the opponent just blundered the game in one move. Well, he was already losing, I guess. Like a reverse endgame, but he blundered it completely. Like, this is that loss. What I find by Kostya, he played it in seconds. He did not think about this move at all. He just instantly blitzed it out. This is beautiful. I think we're gonna see resignation here. If only we had a camera feed, you know, that would be awesome. Like, that would be phenomenal right now. But I think Kostya is winning this game in seconds now. Yeah, no camera feed, unfortunately. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. What if white played e7 instead? Let me go to the board. Instead of taking e7, because now if knight f2, take, promotes, check here. There is queen f3 mate actually, which I didn't even see in the... Oh! Queen f3 checkmate is brutal. That is brutal. And now because the queen doesn't cover the mate, this is brutal. Oh, this is nasty. That is nasty. Damn. So e7 didn't work because there's a mate. And with the queen on f8, maybe you thought, oh, I protect it, but your queen is hanging. And the opponent is not making a move. I think he's realizing he has lost the game. This is insane. This is insane. I'm so happy for Kostya. I think same idea. Knight 2, bishop 2, queen. Yeah, queen f3 mate. Beautiful, fantastic game indeed. Although I'm gonna criticize Kostya here. He should have seen the free piece here. This is a clean fork. No way for white to defend both pieces or create any threats on the king, because queen d3 is not possible. So this would have won a clean piece about 15 moves ago. We're currently on move 37, so about to hit time control. Don't think it will really matter. The opponent sacrificed the queen. Yep, this is happening on the board. He took the knight. Kostya took the queen. If he promotes, he loses the queen and the game. If he doesn't promote, then Kostya's gonna go back to f5 and pick up the pawn. Next move. Like, maybe this, but then we have a fork picking up the pawn, and he's not fast enough to promote where it's protected. And we win the game. And I hear a Discord message, and Kostya is here. So I'm gonna try to get Kostya into the call with me. Let me just call Kostya here. This is nuts. This is nuts. Let me set up a camera for Kostya too. Hello, Kostya. Do you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Let me just. Oh, you're tilted. Can you tilt your camera? You're like sideways, Kostya.
Hello.
Hello. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, Kostya? No, you do not. Why does he not hear me?
I don't hear you yet.
Hello, Kostya? Do you hear me?
I hear.
Okay, awesome. Your camera's not loading here for some reason. Oh, now it's loading. Okay, awesome. Let me just get you on the screen here. Window capture.
Yeah, no worries. The Wi-Fi here is pretty spotty, so apologies if it's lagging.
Yeah, of course. So, should have resolved this. One sec.
I just put headphones in. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good now. There's no noise in the background. That's good. One second
perfect.
here. That was a crazy game, Kostya, I must say.
That was fun. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that seemed like a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun commentating with all those tactics that I saw.
Yeah. So
Let's
I
get you on
mean,
this.
okay, I got a little lucky at the end because I didn't really everything, but yeah, definitely felt good this game.
Yeah. Let me just make you bigger here. Okay, there we go. Do you want me to share the screen and you can look at the analysis?
No, you don't have to. I can follow.
In the stream? Okay.
I can follow on Twitch or just blind. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I didn't use the engine except for showing that brilliant move that you had a few of actually. So it started with the Nidor, and he went for the Amsterdam variation with f4. After which
I didn't know.
it's called the Amsterdam variation. I also just found out. After which you went for the main line with e5 and knight f3.
Yeah, shout out to Anish Giri and his chessable course that helped me a lot.
Awesome. Yeah, Anish is a great knight of chessable course. It's phenomenal. Legendary course at this point.
I mean, it's 4 years old, but everything's still holding up. You know?
Yeah, it's legendary. Does he still update the course though? I'm sure he still updates at some point, right?
Maybe I think he did like one big update, or I'm not sure.
Okay. So where did you get out of prep, by the way? I was not sure.
Yeah, basically I was in book until he played knight h4.
Knight h4.
Like
okay. You
instead
cut out
of
a bit.
knight h4, or like, oh sorry, after knight h4.
Yeah.
So instead I was mainly looking at king h1, and instead of knight h4, and I knew this idea to play rook e8. And I knew that if he goes knight h4 there, then I have this d5. So in the game, we basically transposed to this idea because I played d5 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so there, I actually knew it until we got queen takes e7. I knew that was the best move.
Queen takes e7. Okay.
That's where my prep ended. And yeah, if I remember,
prep, I mean.
Yeah. So the engine, I mean, is saying like black is like half a pawn better, like 0.5. So pretty
Yeah.
3-second advantage out of the any prep for.
Yeah.
Although I did have to, I was a little bit worried because I didn't know exactly what to do if instead I take c7, if he had played knight b6. I wasn't totally sure what
Instead
I'm
of
supposed to
knight
do there because
take c7. Wait, take him.
e7,
Knight takes
e7.
e7. Instead of that, knight c6. Or
b6.
knight b6. Ah.
Yeah.
Usually when a knight lands here, you play rook b8. That's what I know. But then there's bishop f4.
But bishop f4 is coming.
Yeah, bishop
so I
f4.
think on knight b6, I think I would have to go knight takes d3, and then bishop c5. I think that's the reputation. To check.
Bishop c5. Take. With the idea of check, and if they take like this, you win the queen and mate, and if they take with the queen, you win the queen like this. With also mate.
Yeah.
That
was
nice.
like the first detail I had to kind of find. Yeah, because computer is saying, black is better, but yeah, if I let bishop f4, I could be losing in one move.
Yeah, for sure. That is very much scary.
So okay, when you took on e7, okay, happy, then you okay, I'm slightly better there. Queen e7, and yeah, he plays bishop c4. I went bishop e6, which I thought was very logical.
I was looking at knight d6 for a while.
I also looked at this. Eventually, I just decided I just wanted to keep the queens on the board because this king is a little weaker. So I just thought
makes sense.
I thought that was the better approach. But I also thought the endgame would be positive too. Yeah. So let's go to the key moment, rook takes c2, because this is where like.
Yeah. At first, I was like,
one of the lines there.
Yeah, we looked at many lines. Rook g2? Wait, what? What do you mean?
Sorry? Oh no, when I played rook takes c2, and I think this was very critical.
Right here. Yeah, for sure, critical moments. You thought for a while here too. At first I discarded it because I thought the knight d4 worked, but it didn't. Yeah, you can show the lines. Tell me what to do.
Yeah, so okay, on knight d4, I think knight f2 was the plan.
If takes, you have you win the queen, and if takes, you also win the queen in some way. Yeah, you win a pawn at the end, right? If queen takes.
Yeah, basically I get into this endgame pawn up, active rook. I would be very happy there. So, and on knight takes g7, which is also a move. Knight takes g7. I think
queen g4 was what I
think I again have either queen g4 or maybe knight f2 check also there. Might be
knight f2, I also thought it would work because it's kind of the same thing. They would have to take here, take. But now we're not up a pawn though.
Wait 1 sec. Let me catch up to the stream because I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course.
You said take, but I'm not sure exactly which moves.
Knight f2, queen takes f2, rook takes f2, rook takes f2. Sorry. Instead of rook takes f2 there, knight takes e6.
Yes, here I was going to go rook takes b2.
Oh, rook takes b2 here. I did look at that, I think, as well, somewhere.
I thought I'm still going to get the pawn.
Yeah, then you're still off a pawn. Yeah, I did look at this because you are going to get a pawn back because the knight has to move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I did look at that.
So the key line, I thought, and actually this is the line that took me the long. And yesterday, Sam, if you remember, I missed the win.
Yeah.
Basically, because I just couldn't with far enough. So
Yeah.
today I decided to because I almost didn't play rook takes c2 because I couldn't figure out bishop takes g7, what to play there.
Bishop takes g7. There was also what he played in the game, bishop d4, which is the best defense, I thought, because now there's no knight f2, right?
Yeah, but bishop d4 did not concern me because then I'm just a pawn up, right? So I can go f6 or
The bishop takes g7, you have just knight f2, no?
No, because if knight f2, he goes king g1.
King g1. I totally forgot about king g1. That is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find like, I have a lot of ideas there. For example, bishop takes g7, knight f2 check, king g1, queen takes f5,
Yeah.
queen takes e8, king takes g7. I have 2 knights for the rook.
Yeah.
But then he plays queen to e3, and here I couldn't find a move for black.
Ooh. These are some insane lines.
And it's very deep, right? Because it's like before rook takes c2, I'm trying to calculate.
Yeah, here you're just losing.
So, yeah, I couldn't figure this one out. So on bishop takes g7, here's what I found, Sam. I thought this was so beautiful. I was going to go queen g6.
Queen g6.
So queen g6, threatening mates, and possibly some knight f2 check now.
Yeah.
So main move I thought he might play is g3. Maybe he has something else.
Yeah, we looked at g3 in many lines.
Then I go queen c6.
Queen
threatening
c6.
double check on endmate.
Yeah. Beautiful.
He goes king g1, I thought.
Yeah, makes sense. Rook
and now
g2?
I think I have rook g2 check, exactly. I was so happy when I found it. And that's what convinced me to play rook c2 once I found this idea.
That is beautiful. And then after king takes g2, where do you put the knight though? Still
g5.
g5. I was looking at g2. g5 makes more sense. A lot more sense.
Yeah, g5 to cover h3.
Yeah,
and it's a classic mating pattern. King f2, knight h3. Such a beautiful mate.
Oh, that is brutal. Oh, that would have been very nice.
Yeah, I mean, gorgeous.
Yeah, I fully missed that. That is beautiful. Yeah, I see why you took so much time now. Man.
Yeah, because I mean, maybe there's other stuff, but okay, this is the line I found, and it looked pretty convincing.
Yeah, it looked very convincing. And after rook takes c2, bishop d4, you still had to convert it, of course.
Yeah, it was really not easy. I'm not sure I played it well.
After queen g6, I looked at mainly knight h4, but knight e3 came as a annoying surprise. And first I was looking at after rook d2, and then bishop c3, and there's not a nice place for our rook to go. And we're almost trapped right there. So then you went rook c8, and I was like, okay, we're not giving any shenanigans to white, and we're just gonna be solid. That was good, I think.
Yeah.
And then
at this point I was basically just trying to focus on like simple chess, keeping everything defended, but, not allowing
Kostya,
ideas, not allowing tricks.
Kostya, rook f4. What did you play here?
After rook f4, I went knight df6, I think.
Yes. Do you see any problem with this move, rook f4, that is not knight f6?
In the game, I didn't.
You played the move pretty quickly, and I think you kind of missed a move here.
Oh, really? Oh my god. Wait.
Yeah.
Queen d6.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's just game over?
It's a clean fork, I think. And it's just -5. It's just game over in one move.
Oh my god. Well, brilliance, everyone.
Yeah. Just a blind spot there. Sorry to break.
I mean, I guess he also missed it because he wouldn't have played rook f4. Oh, queen d6 just completely escaped me, huh?
Both of you.
I guess, yeah.
You missed it.
This square just feels like,
I thought maybe you realized it after some time because you thought a decent bit on h6, so I thought maybe you were still thinking about, oh, did this work? But yeah, this fully escaped both of you, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I at this point actually I was already just kind of in time trouble and I just wanted to convert so I was just thinking about how to not blunder basically. I didn't realize
Yeah, I assume that was the
I've al-
reason why you
yeah.
missed it. Just trying to play quickly, trying to make the time control of the pawn.
I
Which, yeah,
spent all my energy on rook d2.
exactly. And then you didn't have any more energy for queen d6.
But on the bright side, had I found queen d6, we wouldn't have gotten the rest of the game, which was
That is true. You wouldn't
quite
have
interesting.
found all these crazy lines after that. But at this point, it looked a bit scary. He had always pieces
Yeah.
pointed towards your king. I was looking at a lot of lines with like knight f5, knight takes g7, kings in the air, and putting a lot of pressure on f6, but nothing really worked because the rook on a1 kept hanging. But after rook f2, those threats got recreated. So, yeah, after knight f5, we were looking at the rook c2, but now knight takes g7 worked, I think. So after some calculation there, so you went for queen g5, just trying to trade off the queen. And obviously, if he does, then this should just be a very nice endgame for us. Winning because this rook is just trapped. And if he doesn't move the queen, we're just gonna take it and have a very nice endgame as well. And then he went back. Rook d1 you played. And I thought I found a win here with queen takes f4. If you look at this move.
I did actually. I consider this very carefully, but I don't think it works.
Exactly. It didn't work due to rook takes f4, rook g1, bishop g1, knight f2, rook takes f2, rook e1, and then I missed knight e7 check.
Right.
But that would have been so nice if it worked. And
No,
then
I was trying to make this. I was trying to make this work, Sam. I was like, oh my god, if this works, this is one of the greatest games of all time.
Exactly.
If I like rook e1, but I realized, yeah, he has knight check. Maybe knight takes h6. Also, queen comes in with check, and then he plays h3, gets out of check.
Exactly, and he runs away, and sadly, there's nothing for us there, and we're just losing.
Yeah, but yeah, what a cool idea.
Beautiful though. I saw it instantly, and I was like, "Oh my god, we just won the game!" And then you played rook c1, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna cheat with the engine," and oh, it didn't work. Yeah, that was crazy though. That would have been a beautiful end to the game. And then you went king h7 later, and I was not too sure about that move. Why did you play king h7?
King h7 just to get out of check.
Okay.
That was the extent of the idea.
Yeah, but then this move, queen d3 came in, and it looks a bit scary. With the
diagonal. Did, yeah. I mean, basically I lost control a little bit.
Yeah.
Just because of the time situation. But I thought I was getting g6, and in general I felt happy.
Yeah. Yeah, this move,
like
knight d5 was really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, when I found knight d5, I was happy because I thought if he moved it, and I thought that's quite good for me.
Yes, of course. If he moves, that's really good for you. I was actually looking at knight h5. Did you consider that one as well? Trying to sacrifice on 4, I believe. No, take on f4, and then you have some tactics, I believe. What did I look at exactly? And if rook takes e4, you obviously have queen takes f5. And if the
knight h5 I didn't consider too much. I guess I would expect just rook f1.
Rook f1, I thought here you could go for some sacrifice, but I don't really remember what exactly. Let me just turn the engine on. Oh, engine just says g6 and you're okay, but yeah.
Just g6, yeah.
Yeah, knight d5.
Yeah, that's kind of the main idea, yeah, because his knight basically doesn't have a good square.
Yeah, knight d5 got a brilliant move though. That was your first brilliant move of the game, I believe. That was nice. And then
not rook d2, not rook c1, knight d5, just one move attack.
Only,
interesting.
Yeah. None of your earlier ones were brilliant moves, sadly. It seemed like it should have, but yeah. The engine doesn't want to give you it. So knight takes g7, and I thought this is just a blunder. and because the trades don't work out, at the end you're just up a piece.
Right.
But then he went for just g takes f4. I thought he was gonna play knight takes e6 there, and it didn't work
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
For him. He would just lose a piece.
Yeah, GF4 was a shock. I didn't realize he can just recapture.
Yeah, exactly.
And, yeah, I completely
I
like my brain just scrambled. Like it was so hard to calculate at that point.
Yeah, I mean you're very low on time. You've been calculating so much. It's very understandable. And then you said you had to play queen takes f4. And then after knight takes e6, you have f takes e6, and it's just a winning endgame, up a pawn. Which
yes, I
I
should have just taken on f4. Yes.
Yeah, and I thought this was just a winning endgame, but harder to convert. Then you went.
Yeah, no, I thought this was good. I just blundered that.
f5.
I thought I'm winning on the spot after queen g6, f5, queen g7. I didn't realize he just takes my rook.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. So I also
very
thought
lucky I had the
queen
queen
g6, but I
g6.
just fully missed f5 personally. And then you find this move queen takes g7, and it's actually beautiful. The lines are they're insane. So if they take your rook, and you go back to g6. Oh.
Yeah, that was the game. Yeah.
Yeah. Take your rook. You go. I have to skip a bit ahead. Take back to g6, and now when they take, obviously we saw what happens in the game. And if they promote to a did he promote to a knight?
He did.
Okay, that's funny. Okay, so if they promote to a queen, of course you have queen f1, bishop g1, and you win the queen. And someone in chat asked after, what if they go e7? But then you have knight f2, bishop takes f2, queen takes d3, promotion, queen f1, bishop g2, queen f3 mate, which was beautiful.
Yeah, it's so nice. I can allow the pawn to promote on two different squares.
Exactly.
Gorgeous. What a game.
That was gorgeous indeed.
What a game.
So instead he should have gone like queen e2 or queen f1, which I looked at, and then you just recapture the pawn and you have a winning endgame again.
Yeah, of course he blundered, right? He should have just played that endgame. He missed these ideas with the f7. But okay, it's heavy time trouble, so very, very understandable.
For sure. But yeah, I mean, beautiful game. One miss, significant one, but you know, it got us some brilliant moves to look at. So yeah, a great game, I would say.
No, definitely, very proud of this one. It's like my, I don't know, best Nighter percent. I haven't played a lot of these positions, so.
Yeah, it's a great calculation. You improved from last game yesterday, that you should calculate very deeply in the critical position. And then you found this crazy King G1, the refutation of King G1. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching and commentating, that's for sure. I believe chat loved it as well.
Nice.
Yeah, fantastic game. We're all impressed. Yeah. Yes, it's hard. It really is.
Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah. But that's another win in the book. Going into the rest day with 3.5 out of 5. That's good. Should be getting a tougher opponent next round.
Probably, yeah. I'll play up for the first time next game.
That would be nice. Then we can get some rating. Hopefully.
Yeah, definitely feeling good. So I'll try to, I'll try to keep it up.
Yeah. Any plans for the rest day?
Yeah, we're gonna do some content. We're gonna do some hot takes. We're gonna do some reels. It's gonna be a content day.
That's awesome.
Oh. So yeah, okay. I should run here, Sam. Thank you so much for covering, dude, and for the help with preparation. Very, very helpful.
Lots of fun.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
You have a good one.
If you have anything to plug, feel free to just shout out your own channel. Have people follow you.
Of course. Will do.
And I guess I will see you on Thursday.
Yeah, and if the pairings are out earlier, I'll send you some stuff from the opponent for the prep, and we can look at it.
Awesome.
Okay, have a good one, Kostya.
Thank you. All right, take care.
See ya.
Yeah, bye, everyone.
And that was Kostya, guys. And that's the end of the stream as well now. Yeah, crazy game. Amazing stuff from Kostya, except for Queen D6, that was a bit less amazing. But yeah, amazing stuff, I would say. This was so fun to commentate. I hope you guys loved watching as well. Yeah, as Kostya said, I can shout myself out. So I'm gonna give myself a little shout out here. I stream not as much anymore, but I might get back to it a bit more. So that is my channel that you guys can follow. I just, play a bunch of blitz in the pool and do some OTB calculation streams with like a physical board, just calculating a bunch. But yeah, that's what you can find on my channel. I also coached her for a while, as I said earlier in the stream, for his Blitz quest of 2800 Blitz. And I help him prep for tournaments. That's basically my introduction. So thank you all for watching, both on YouTube and on Twitch. I do not have a YouTube, I only have a Twitch. I don't really make videos. Maybe I should, possibly. We'll see. But I'll definitely be back for some more rounds for coverage. I'll be commentating not tomorrow because there's a rest day, but I'll be commentating the 2 games after that.